Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
And good morning to you. It is Tuesday, October 25th. I'm Taylor Stewart. We want to check in with your forecast today with a lot better coming in today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, good morning to you.
Yeah, good morning. Definitely seeing the foggy conditions out there as well. Not as much actual rain, but we are seeing those low clouds and that patchy drizzle. This is exactly what it looks like here from our Towson camera, Mile 1 Auto Group cam. Tough to even see down to the street level there, so we do have reduced visibility as you get out this morning. Numbers are not bad. 58 Cockeysville and Towson, right about 60 in Baltimore City, 59 your temp currently in Brooklyn Park. So the weather story, it'll be a foggy Tuesday morning, tracking that patchy drizzle today. Not rain, but just kind of that off and on mist that'll be out there, and temperatures actually staying near average. Take a little extra time as you head out this morning on your morning commute. Upper 50s and lower 60s for the next few hours. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes.
Alrighty, now a quick check of your Lens-Stiller traffic. It's very clear this hour. We'll keep up with that as your commute gets started today on this Tuesday. In a city in crisis, the violent trend in Baltimore continues. Police are now investigating 3 homicides that happened over the weekend. Killings and non-fatal shootings remain up citywide compared to this time last year. At least 11 people were shot Friday through Sunday. 3 of those victims died. In August, Mayor Brandon Scott defended his administration's approach to stopping crime, despite a campaign promise that he would reduce homicides by 15% annually.
You're the one who ran on this, though.
We are talking about, Mackenzie, a disease of violence that has existed in Baltimore for over 50 years. And the people of Baltimore want it to be handled the right way, and they also understand that it's bigger than the police department.
October is shaping up to be a violent month for the city, with at least 23 people killed in the last with only 24 days into the month. Olivia Dance will have more on this story in our next hour. Political commentator Armstrong Williams hosted a community town hall at Hoover Memorial Church focusing on young people in Baltimore. The focus last night was on education struggles that some believe a lack of education leads to youth crime.
So growing up, discipline and boundaries were essential.
Oh, yeah.
Authority established the boundaries, and when you breach those boundaries, there were consequences. That doesn't exist anymore. If young folk do not have an authority in the home that they come out of, that they regard and revere, there will be no authority outside of that home that they will respect.
The Baltimore City school system gets probably more money per pupil than most places in the United States. How does this continue?
Because the education system is not there to benefit the student. It's there to benefit the teachers and the administrators.
Now, city leaders hope big renovations at 2 key locations downtown can help draw more people to the city, boost the economy, and improve safety. Ravens legend Ray Lewis and music star Pharrell Williams joined developers to announce the new name of the renovated Baltimore Arena. The venue will be known as CFG Bank Arena. The developer, the Oakview Group, is renovating the arena at $150 million. Speakers at the announcement say it's a big step towards improving the entirety of the city.
The CFG Bank Arena is built on a vision to do something extraordinary for the city of Baltimore.
This is going to change things. There's a lot of energy here now. There's a lot of business here now, and there's a lot of opportunity here now. But you wait and see what's going to happen over the next 3 to 4 years.
Look out for expanded seating and lighting. The exterior of the building will also be redesigned with new glass and exterior sails. The arena is set to open on February of next year, and by then you can see Bruce Springsteen. He'll be there in April, and then Blink 182 coming in May. Also a big day towards the reopening of the Lexington Market. Now, the market held a soft launch reopening. This first business that will operate in the new facility. The market cost $45 million to build. The city is hoping the investment will help the area struggle with crime and drug dealing, as well as those sanitation issues.
I think we're finally able to do some of the things that people were really asking for, right? To have a more diverse group of vendors, to have all different types of cuisines that represent the people that live in this great city and all across the region.
Now, the soft launch continues each day this week from 8 in the morning until 5 p.m. Beyond the podium today, as Election Day nears, the ballot measure Question K is drawing additional attention from city officials. Question K asks voters whether or not they think elected leaders should be subject to term limits. Some city leaders are expressing concern that it could stop people who've held lower-level positions from running for office. Baltimore City Council member Yitzi Scheifler is among those concerned with the wording of the proposal.
I think the voters do support term limits as a whole, but again, you have to have the details worked out. If multiple council people serve 2 terms and then wanted to run for council president or wanted to run for mayor, would they be able to do so?
Supporters of Question K say while the short summary on the ballot does not include the full explanation in the full proposal, there is language to make sure elected leaders will be able to serve in different positions once they hit a term limit in another. Shannon Lilly will have more on that on our story for the next half hour. And be sure to check out the Fox 45 voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming general election, plus important dates to mark on your calendar. Just go ahead and click on the QR code, then it'll take you straight there. Or you can go over to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022. Debate this morning over who should work with social media platforms. Coming up in 20 minutes, national correspondent Athra Al-Anshar will join us with the views from both sides. Plus, it's a cloudy day ahead, but how long will that last? Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we'll clear up. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, early edition, all local, all morning.
Welcome back, everybody. Taking a look outside on this foggy Tuesday morning. We've got visibility that is reduced, so you want to take extra time as you head out. Can barely see out over the inner harbor right now. Also, some of that patchy drizzle that is taking place. Yellow light on your morning drive. Mr. Bowe says take it slow. Numbers are in the 50s, so overall not terribly cold. However, just keeping the foggy conditions around as well. We'll take a closer look at when we'll start to see some more sunshine return. That's coming up in a few.
Making headlines this morning, President Joe Biden is looking forward to speaking with Britain's next prime minister. Former UK Treasury Chief Rishi Sunak is set to become Britain's new prime minister today after he meets with King Charles III at Buckingham Palace. White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre notes it's protocol to wait to offer congratulations until the incoming British prime minister has met with the monarch and has been invited to form a new government. She says Biden looks forward to the administration's continued close cooperation with the United Kingdom.
The United States and the United Kingdom are strong allies and have an enduring friendship, and that fact will never change. And so we know they will continue to be reliable partners on a range of issues, including holding Russia accountable for its aggression against Ukraine.
Now, Sunak will be Britain's third leader in just a year. He takes over for Liz Truss, who quit 45 days into her term, marred by economic turmoil.
Cancer at later stages now being detected after the pandemic delays. I'm Liz Bonus, but we all need to know about screening and how doctors are using artificial intelligence to help find those hard-to-find cancers. We explain just ahead.
A major mistake within the Baltimore City State's Attorney's Office. Still ahead, how this is shining a light onto how this office is run. And here's what they had this morning on the National Desk.
I'm Gia Jeffcoat. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now. Stunning new stats on illegal border crossings. The former head of Border Protection joins us to discuss the growing crisis and White House accountability. This morning on the National Desk, America's News Now, weekday mornings.
And you can watch the National Desk on our sister station, CW Baltimore, weekdays from 6 to 9 a.m. You're watching Fox 45 News Early Edition, all local, all morning. A health alert this morning. Breast cancer screening is getting some high-tech help. Medical reporter Liz Bonus says you'll see artificial intelligence when you get your mammogram.
Hey there, everybody. With so many screening delays during the pandemic, doctors say already they are seeing breast cancers being detected at later stages. They also now are getting sort of an extra pair of eyes when they review breast imaging to make sure nothing is missed. It's all being done with the help of artificial intelligence. Here's how it works. Once there's a 3D breast image, a program already formulated to look for additional risk will highlight anything on a mammogram that appears suspicious. Dr. Anthony Antonopoulos, a radiologist at Ohio's TriHealth, told me that ups the odds of accuracy significantly.
Right now, there's somewhere around at least a 7 to 8% increase in sensitivity with this and running concurrently with the radiologist's interpretation.
The AI, or artificial intelligence, does not replace a radiologist, but rather it's sort of an extra search based on specific criteria.
The algorithm is looking for very specific signs on the mammogram images that would indicate potential atypical changes or a cancer in the breast. It marks that, literally outlines it for the radiologist to then inspect, further.
This may be critical for women with dense breast tissue. And Dr. Antonopoulos says it also significantly lowers the odds of a false positive.
You can think of it as a second set of eyes actually analyzing the images concurrently with the radiologist.
Now, this may be even more critical for women with dense breast tissue. It can point to the need for further screening, such as an MRI, right away for proper diagnosis and treatment. I'm medical reporter Liz Bonus. Now back to you.
In your consumer news this morning, after surging to record rates this year, mortgage rates are expected to fall next year. That's according to a forecast from the Mortgage Bankers Association. The MBA is expecting rates to fall about 5.4% by next year. The average rate for a 30-year fixed mortgage currently sits at nearly 7%. The MBA believes mortgage rates may fluctuate during the rest of the year as the Fed is expected to raise interest rates once again. All right, let's get over to meteorologist Justin Chambers for a look at your forecast. Cloudy out there, but the roads weren't slick like yesterday, so that was a reprieve.
Right, but the other thing you have to watch out for, Taylor, is the fact that we've got low visibility this morning. So it's actually a little bit tougher to drive because we've got foggy conditions. You can see all of the low clouds. So even though it's not raining and the roads aren't maybe wet, you're definitely getting some of that patchy drizzle and you're getting that fog. And you can see, or barely can see, out over the Inner Harbor right now from our live cam. Temperature officially at 60 degrees. So it's a kind of mild morning, not a cold and foggy start. Our west wind only about 3 to 5 miles an hour, but that humidity there at 93%. And visibility numbers here are near zero up toward Westminster. Only about a mile visibility for Baltimore down through Annapolis down to about 2 miles. So just be aware of that, especially as you're going to be heading out. Not much to track in terms of any actual rain. It's just that cloud cover that we are stuck underneath. There is another weather maker that is brewing over the Central Plains, and that's going to be our frontal boundary that comes in, changing up our weather pattern by the time we get to tomorrow afternoon, and especially later this week, and bringing us more sunshine. So our rise and shine cast looks like this: upper 50s and lower 60s over the next couple of hours. It'll be another cloudy day, so we won't see much of the sun, but it does come up at 7:27 this morning. Those daylight hours are definitely shrinking. Here comes our high temps for today. 65 is typically where we are. Notice a lot of us will be in the mid to upper 60s for Westminster and Eldersburg over to the Hereford zone. 68 Cockeysville and Hunt Valley. Same number for Perry Hall and White Marsh out through areas in Dundalk and Middle River. Even mid to upper 60s for you in Howard and Anne Arundel County this afternoon. Ellicott City down through Elk Ridge into Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Right about 68 in Annapolis. And up and down the 95 corridor, our temperatures, even though we have the cloud cover, will stay near or even slightly above average. The warmer temperatures are just to the west of us on the other side of the mountains. And this is how it played out yesterday as well. So you can actually see that on the future scan. Look at all the cloud cover here that extends basically from New York all the way down most of the eastern seaboard. Now, just to the west, we've got the clearer skies there, and that's where they're dealing with sunshine. Now, tomorrow, we'll keep the cloud cover in effect, and you can see that cold front that is coming in. That's going to be moving in from the west through tomorrow afternoon. Could spark a couple of showers, but we're not tracking a lot in terms of rainfall. Once that front passes through Thursday morning, behind that, we'll get that drier air that'll be in. We'll scour out all those clouds, more sunshine, and temperatures that really aren't looking too bad as we approach the upcoming weekend. Rob and Sarah sent this great picture of Dolly dressed up as Minnie Mouse for our Halloween pet pics, so we love getting those as well. And you can keep sending them to me, JC Chambers at Fox Baltimore. WBFFBaltimore.com. And here we go. I mean, we are 6 days from Halloween, Veterans Day in just 17 days. 30 days from today is Thanksgiving. So Turkey Day just about a month away from right now. And 2 months from today is Christmas. I mean, today's the 25th. So, all right, there's our 7-day forecast. Upper 60s today, lower 70s tomorrow. We'll keep those 60s going on Thursday. Overall, pretty not a bad weekend. Friday and Saturday stay mainly dry. We do have some more cloud cover rolling in on Sunday, and you've got Halloween now on your 7-day forecast, which is Monday. We are tracking a few showers during the day on Halloween, so we'll keep our eyes on that trick-or-treat forecast for all the kids. Back to you.
All right, now let's head over to the Len Stoller Traffic Network. 95 southbound is closed in Halethorpe due to an accident. You should be able to use the BW Parkway as an alternative there, but you can see how that backup is really just looking like a parking lot on the left-hand side of your screen. All right, let's check in with Mass Transit. Here's Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Taylor. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 401 and Penn Train 403 operating with 5-minute delays for the start. Allow time for travel there. Light Rail Link right on time from end to end. No delays or issues. Metro Subway Link, however, operating with a 10-minute delay in both directions between Owings Mills and Hopkins Station, so allow time for travel there. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Members of the Biden administration set to be deposed about their work with social media platforms. I'm Autrell Nashar with a closer look at the case.
And a spike in violent crime in Baltimore County, prompting calls from residents to see some change. Still ahead, the event happening today to get the ball rolling. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning. Developing this morning, yet another school shooting. Several people are recovering. At least 2 of them are confirmed dead after a shooting at St. Louis High School. Police say the gunman fired shots just after 9 a.m. yesterday morning. They say the shooter first caught security guards' attention when he tried to enter a locked school building. It's not clear how he got inside. Officers ultimately caught up with him, though.
Upon hearing gunfire, they ran to that gunfire. located the shooter and engaged that shooter in exchange of gunfire. The suspect was struck and transported from this location, and that suspect has since been pronounced deceased.
Right now, there is no word on a motive for this shooting, and police have not identified the suspect. The Department of Justice announces charges against more than a dozen Chinese nationals, including intelligence officers and government officials. Attorney General Merrick Garland outlined 3 cases in New York and New Jersey. They involve a scheme to repatriate Chinese Americans using surveillance threats and intimidation, obstruction of court cases involving a major telecommunications company, bribing officials to get information on the strategy and witnesses to be called, and an effort to turn U.S. individuals into agents of China.
The Justice Department will not tolerate attempts by any foreign power to undermine the rule of law upon which our democracy is based. We will continue to fiercely protect the rights guaranteed to everyone in our country, and we will defend the integrity of our institutions.
Garland, along with the Deputy Attorney General and the FBI Director, says all these cases show the willingness of the Chinese government to violate the law and international norms to get the upper hand. They urge anyone being targeted in a similar manner to come forward and report it. 2 Republican attorney generals are raising questions about the role of content moderation by social media companies. Members of the Biden administration are being ordered to testify about their works to fight disinformation online during the pandemic. National correspondent Alan Shar has the latest.
A federal judge in Louisiana ordering prominent figures of the Biden administration, like Dr. Anthony Fauci, Surgeon General Vivek Murthy, former press secretary Jen Psaki, to give depositions about how they worked with social media platforms.
We expect more from our technology companies.
Last year, the White House was blunt about what it viewed as a need for platforms to fight mis- and disinformation about COVID-19 and vaccines.
We're asking them to monitor misinformation more closely. We're asking them to consistently take action against misinformation super spreaders on their platforms.
The Republican attorneys general of Missouri and Louisiana argue in a lawsuit filed in May, recently updated to list dozens of administration officials as defendants, the executive branch, quote unquote, colluded with social media companies to suppress opposing viewpoints, which the White House has long denied.
Any decision about platform usage and who should be on the platform is orchestrated and determined by private sector companies.
The AGs also say government officials played a role in platforms moderating content about controversial topics like Hunter Biden's laptop.
The judge in this case, Terry Doty, is a self-described conservative who was appointed by former President Trump, and he's got a history of ruling against the Biden administration, while the 2 attorneys general involved haven't shied from politically capitalizing on this lawsuit.
Louisiana AG Jeff Landry is running for governor and touts the lawsuit on his campaign website. Missouri's Eric Schmidt is running for Senate and lists taking on big tech as a campaign platform and flouts Fauci in ads.
I sued to get rid of Fauci's COVID mandates.
As for what they hope to gain from the suit, Schmidt doesn't dispute the characterization that this is an exposure lawsuit.
We get to take depositions, we get to ask for emails, we get to ask for documents related to how are you colluding with these big tech partners?
Which may or may not be helpful as state and federal leaders grapple with tough questions about who should be moderating content and when. In Washington, I'm Atrel Nashar reporting.
There's a major update from the case of a 15-year-old squeegee kid accused of killing a man back in July. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have those latest details.
Parents protesting violence in county schools. Coming up, we are live with the rally that's happening today.
We've got some patchy fog and also some drizzle out there as well to kick off your Tuesday morning. We'll take a closer look at when we'll see the sun again. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Early Edition.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Early Edition.
Well, good morning. 4:58 on this dark, dreary, blah Tuesday morning, October 25th. I'm Tom Rogers.
And I'm Taylor Stewart, but we're going to wake you up here. And let's start with meteorologist Justin Chambers.
Well, yeah, before we get to him, though, I
Okay.
wanted to talk a little bit about what we're doing today to cheer up our cloudy, blah Tuesday. Look at this. We're doing a blind taste test on apple cider donuts. throughout the area. So we found 6 donuts. Actually, our executive producer did. Went around, bought them all, and we're doing it. So have you tried any yet?
I haven't yet.
I've already tried number 1.
I'm going to go with number 1.
Number 1. Yeah.
I didn't know we were doing this right now. I have mine backstage.
I just went back there and said, do you have your donuts?
I know, but I didn't know we were doing it this moment. Okay, well, I'll have to get mine.
You have to catch up.
I have to catch up, exactly. Aaron said go clockwise like a clock, so I'm just going to eat them. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah. All right, taking a look outside. We are starting with a foggy start here this morning. Tough to actually see from our Towson camera right now. Reduced visibility this morning. Taking a look at that visibility tracker here. About a half a mile of visibility there in Westminster and areas there in Carroll County and northern Baltimore County, just about a mile or less. That's where we're seeing some of the low clouds, and again, tough to see down the road this morning. So we'll see some patchy drizzle as well throughout the day. Our temperatures actually stay near average. Morning drive, Mr. Bo says, take it slow. I've got a yellow light again this morning. Numbers in the upper 50s and lower 60s, but again, you have to watch for that reduced visibility. We'll take a look at when we'll see more sun return to the area coming up in just a few minutes from right now. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. 5 o'clock and now to a city in crisis. Major update to the case of 15-year-old squeegee kid accused of shooting and killing a man in July.
This morning, we're learning the shooter, who was offered a plea deal, was not approved by the city state's attorney's office. They say it has since been rescinded.
Well, we are taking a deep dive into these new developments. In just a few minutes, we look at how this could impact future cases going forward.
But we begin with a closer look at this latest mistake from Marilyn Mosby's office. Olivia Dance is joining us live downtown this morning with those details. Good morning, Olivia.
Well, good morning. And back in July, the squeegee kid, who was only 14 years old at the time, is accused of shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds right here at the corners of Light and Conway Streets. And now the state's attorney's office has rescinded a plea deal that was offered to the teen. The plea deal offered by a city prosecutor was 60 years in prison in exchange for a guilty plea. And for the attorneys representing the 15-year-old, it was an offer that they quickly refused.
Life suspended over 60 years. That's an outrageous offer given the facts of this case.
The city prosecutor had made the offer before a judge had decided whether the 15-year-old should be tried in adult or juvenile court. The state's attorney's office rescinding the offer altogether in a statement saying, quote, unfortunately, the attorney assigned to the case single-handedly and deliberately developed and conveyed an offer without the approval of supervisors nor that of State's Attorney Mosby, which is the normal homicide review protocol and process of our office, end quote. And now the defense team is raising questions about how the state's attorney's office is handling the rest of the case.
Is she rogue in her offers? Why is she not going through the proper channels before conveying an offer to the defense? What if we accepted that offer?
Certainly when the front office says that they had no inkling that this offer was going to be made and they didn't play a role in that offer, then there's something wrong with that process.
And the case will be back in court next month when a judge will decide whether to keep the case in adult court or move it to juvenile court. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45, Early Edition.
Fox 45 News spoke with 10 former city prosecutors, Thairu Verdran, on what this means for the case going forward and whether or not there could be even more plea deals.
I mean, I think what Ms. Mosby's office has done, whether it's this rogue prosecutor or the lack of supervision, has created an opportunity for the defense attorneys, who are both very savvy, to create a media firestorm around this. This is becoming a very popular tactic to try to litigate these cases in the public eye instead of in a courtroom. And Ms. Mosby's unforced error here has created an opportunity for them to do just that.
Now, when it comes to squeegee kids, there are laws in place that could be used to keep the squeegee kids out of intersections. But Mayor Brandon Scott has said he will not enforce them. The mayor says squeegee kids are panhandling, which is protected speech. City's likely next state's attorney disagrees.
I understand, however, on the law, I disagree. To me, there's a difference of panhandling, holding a sign very quietly in an area, not going in and out of traffic.
Right.
Going in and out of traffic is an action. Therefore, I believe that action is illegal.
Fox 45 News sent questions to the mayor's office last week asking, does Mayor Scott agree with Ivan Bates on enforcing low-level offenses? And will Mayor Scott allow the Baltimore Police Department to enforce the squeegee-related laws that are on the books? The mayor's team has not answered our questions. Fox 45 News seeing one another after another of these vicious viral videos. Fights happening inside Baltimore County schools.
And now parents are coming together to do something about it. Shannon Lilly joins us live with their plans today. Shannon.
Yeah, today, Taylor, parents are saying enough is enough. They want to see an end to this violence in their children's schools, and that's why they'll be meeting right here at the Baltimore County Board of Education building for this protest. It's set to happen this evening. So we want to pull up a look at the details right here on your screen. The rally being hosted by the Baltimore County Parent and Student Coalition. It's set for 5:30 p.m. In a notice sent out by the coalition, they say, quote, "Fear has no place in our schools." And then they go on to say that the effects of school violence on students are both physical and psychological in nature. They range from injury to depression and contemplating suicide. School violence can also impact learning. Students who experience fear at school are likely to have difficulty concentrating on their education. Well, the coalition says their goal today is to allow parents, students and staff the opportunity to speak out about the rising violence in schools and how it's impacting them, and to provide parents with information about available resources if their child is being bullied in school. And they are calling on the community, Tom and Taylor, to join them in this protest today.
Shannon, have county leaders addressed this issue of violence that we're seeing in schools? Have they talked about this before?
They have, Taylor, and this is something that we have reached out to them about multiple times in the past. Now, we did receive a statement from them earlier this month. We want to pull that up right here on your screen. It reads in part, quote, "Any behavior that creates a hostile school environment, disrupts learning and school activities, or negatively interferes with a student's academic, psychological, social, or physical well-being will not be tolerated." And then they go on to say that anyone who sees this kind of activity is urged to report it immediately to school administrators. Reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News, Early Edition.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Violence has plagued Maryland public schools, though, since the beginning of the school year, especially in Baltimore County. At Towson High School, 2 women came forward with Snapchat video of a fight that happened between 3 girls. Now, there were several incidents that happened at Perry Hall High School. A parent sent us this video here that we've blurred out on what they say is their daughter getting beat up. Another video shows a girl wielding a baseball bat. You've seen this video. We've shown this many times. And where she says her family is claiming that she was trying to protect herself from bullies. They say this all happened right in front of school administrators. Well, that school also had to go on lockdown after police broke up a fight behind the school. A student had to be taken to the hospital, and after all school activities were then canceled.
That brings us to our question of the day. Will the performance of public schools affect the way you vote in November? So far, 63% of those who voted say no. We want to hear from everyone. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
5:07 and from the Live Center this morning, we're watching the housing market today and tomorrow. Later this morning, we get new data on home prices expected to show another month of price
Waking up to a foggy morning, even seeing some drizzle out there as well. This is what it looks like from our Towson camera, and this is what it'll be for most of you as you wake up this morning. So you'll have to take a little extra time, kind of plan for that as you head out, because that visibility is reduced. Want to make sure everybody is safe as they head out on the roads. We're talking about some patchy drizzle throughout the day today. However, our temperatures staying near average, so it's not that cold, foggy morning. It could be a lot worse. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few minutes from right now.
Baltimore City seeing ongoing crime after another deadly weekend. The push from city leaders just ahead.
Happening now, Halloween coming up fast. We want to see your decorations and your costumes. You can also share your stunning pictures of all the fall foliage. Just send us your photos and videos. You might see them on air and online. Head to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
And some of you are sharing how you're getting into the spooky spirit today. Jenna sent us this photo of this puppy Star, who will be turning 1 year old on Friday. Happy early birthday. And Jenna sent us this picture of their house all decked out in spooky decorations. Look at that. They got the pumpkin out there. And we want to make sure we see all your beautiful fall foliage photos as well. Kate sent us this great picture of the fall colors in Carroll County.
Kimberly sent us this picture from her Saturday morning run along the NCR Trail. Seems like they had great weather there. Thank you, Kimberly.
And trending this morning, new names are coming to Baltimore. Topgolf is officially reopening on Friday. The massive high-tech driving range joins the Horse Casino and the M&T Bank Stadium and Camden Yards in the city's entertainment district. And the renovation on Baltimore's arena expected to be finished in February. City leaders announced a new name for the venue. It will now be known as CFG Bank Arena. The developer Oakview Group is sending $150 million to renovate that arena.
The CFG Bank Arena is built on a vision to do something extraordinary for the city of Baltimore.
This is going to change things. There's a lot of energy here now. There's a lot of business here now, and there's a lot of opportunity here now. But you wait and see what's going to happen over the next 3 to 4 years.
Well, many people expressing how they feel about this project right on our Facebook page. Tracy McCoy says, to be honest, I don't care what they name it. If it's better, it's too early to pass judgment. I'm just waiting to see the new and approved because ain't too many people willing to invest here. All right, well, we've got Jason who says, so the city has money to pay Ray Lewis and Pharrell Williams, but not fix its roads, water problems, which we still haven't found out about. Actually, Pharrell's giving money to the project. So exciting, says Michelle Barton. It has needed an update for so long. One last one. Susie Rice, hope they fix the Wi-Fi in there. You never have good service. Well, I'm trying to get mine. Come on.
What?
I'm trying to get my plate.
Oh,
I
your
saw
apple
you with
cider
your
donut?
plate.
Oh, man.
Yeah.
Let me get mine out, too, then.
All right, here
It's
we go.
the Amazing Apple Cider Donut Challenge 2022. That's what we're calling it. Right?
I've already had one. Have you guys already had yours?
No.
I've had a bite.
Look.
Little nibble.
So basically, and I was told there were 6, but there are only 5 on my plate. So there's 5 different cider donuts from around the region, right? Not only here in Baltimore, but all over, because there's a lot of great apple cider donuts, and we're trying to taste test to see which one we like the best. Maybe it's store-bought, maybe it's something from one of the farms, one of the markets, or something like that.
So number 1 for me.
All right, I had 1. 2 is kicking number 1's butt right now. Mm-hmm.
1 is bland.
Bland and buttery.
Yeah.
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 All right.
Okay.
Let's move on.
They're yelling at me in my ear. I'm like, well, I got to eat the donut. I can only do so much. All right. Let me just finish this bite. Our Towson camera, good morning to you. A foggy morning, maybe for an apple cider donut or any other kind of donut or apple fritter or something good you want today. By the way, today's National Greasy Foods Day. And those are not greasy, so whatever you want to eat to enjoy that. 60 is your temp right now in Towson. We are seeing the visibility that is reduced out there. Areas here in yellow, especially northern Baltimore County and Carroll County, seeing a mile or less of visibility. So that means when you head out, it's going to be tough to see the car in front of you. You want to plan some extra time for that. Roads are still a little bit wet because we are seeing some of that patchy drizzle. It's not the heavy rain, and we had the cloud cover around yesterday. We're going to get a repeat performance of that for today. So as the kids head out to the bus stop, beep, beep, you can go ahead and send them with some of that rain gear. We're not going to be poured on today, but it's good to have the umbrellas and just that rain jacket in case you encounter some of that drizzle. And temperatures in the mid to upper 60s in the next couple of hours and all the way through into the afternoon. Mid 60s are highs for this afternoon. That's where we typically are. We're actually going to be a little bit above average, even with the cloud cover in those mid to upper 60s. And taking a look at our temperature tracker, upper 60s and even a couple lower 70s into tomorrow. Those numbers stay near average or above average through Thursday, and then they will drop down below average into Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. So those numbers will start coming down as we approach this upcoming weekend. But look at all the clouds that are with us for today. Not really seeing much of the sun. Tomorrow it's going to be similar. However, we do get a cold front coming through. That will pick up the potential for a few more showers on Wednesday afternoon before we dry out on Thursday. Though Thursday, Friday, even into Saturday, looking pretty good with a lot more sunshine. Temperatures that are not too bad for this time of year. The final weekend of October, and there it is, Halloween now on the right side of your screen. For Monday, we do see a chance of some showers coming in by Monday afternoon. Hopefully it'll hold off for trick-or-treating. Tom, we know it's a little rough out there on the roads because it's tough to see the car in front of you. What are you working on right now?
Yeah, in fact, that is what's probably causing a lot of the fender benders, but there's some major issues going on south of the city, right when you get to Arbutus and go south 95. It's been shut down. You see it right there. The police, it just says police activity because later on, down 95 afterwards, 7-vehicle accident, and that's what's causing the backup. You see that there. So 95 south, you really want to take 295. Sorry to have to say that this morning, but 295, the Parkway, is your better way to get down there, BW Parkway, because from 695 all the way down past Elkridge, 95 South is shut down in various parts because of an accident that police are still investigating. There's some multiple police activity also off of that road. So not sure exactly what's going on. We just hear 7 vehicles involved at one point. Now we're going to get a check of your mass transit We have Mark Jones with the MTA. Happy Tuesday, Mark.
Well, happy Tuesday, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, look for train 841 on the Camden line and 10 trains 505 and 401 to be about 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel there. Metro subway link with a 10-minute delay with shuttle buses in place. A shuttle bus bridge in place between Penn North and Hopkins Station. That's due to maintenance. Allow time for travel out there on Metro subway link this morning. Light rail link, a different story. No delays or issues on time. In fact, in both directions of light rail link. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Jones.
Thank you, Mark. The world mourning the loss of an icon. Still ahead this morning, how fans of the star are remembering the legacy of Leslie Jordan.
Concerns about ongoing crime in Baltimore as city leaders' promises haven't been kept. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at what's being done to reduce the violence. You're watching Fox 45, Early Edition.
Well, happening now, the entertainment world mourning comedian and actor Leslie Jordan. Los Angeles Times reporting the 67-year-old was involved in a car crash in Hollywood yesterday morning. It's not clear if he died in the crash or if he suffered a medical emergency beforehand. Jordan is best known for his work on Will and Grace and the American Horror Story. And Jordan's agent releasing a statement, reading in part, "The world is definitely a much darker place today without the love and light of Leslie Jordan."
And that's exactly what fans and celebrities are saying about his passing. Take a look at this. Just know, the ultimate entertainer. He was always creating, always making people laugh. He was such a great light in this world, but folks also remember him from the pandemic. He was always posting funny videos like this one right here. First is saying here, "You were light that we needed in a dark time." Rest in peace, Leslie Jordan. And more comments coming in from celebrities as well as other shows. RuPaul's Drag Race saying, "Rest in peace, Leslie Jordan. Thank you for the countless laughs and sharing your spirit with all of us." So obviously a lot of reaction coming in today as people learn about his passing. We'll keep you updated here at the Live Center. Tom, back to you.
All right, thank you, Taylor. The Ravens flying fast to Thursday night's game. Just ahead this morning, John Harbaugh is concerned with this quick turnaround.
Should city leaders have term limits? It's a question that you'll answer come Election Day. Coming up, we will take a closer look at Question K on your ballot and what it means when you vote.
5:40 is your time right now. We're just 20 minutes in front of 6 o'clock on your Tuesday morning. And yes, another foggy start to the morning with that patchy drizzle that is out there right now. Just know it is going to be a little tough to see on the roads, especially with the fact that the sun doesn't even come up until after 7 o'clock. Definitely want to grab at least a light rain jacket, possibly the umbrella as well. No need for the sunglasses again. Hate to say it, but we're not going to see the sun at least for another day or so. Out for a run or a jog in the next few hours. It will definitely be wet outside, but temperatures not too bad in the upper 50s and lower 60s. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. 541 in your consumer news this Tuesday morning. Inflation continues to take a bite out of Americans' wallets, but there are some ways that you could save for your Thanksgiving holiday meal.
That's right. The head of the Stu Leonard grocery chain says consider adding some other filling items to your Thanksgiving dinner that include more than just your turkey. He says his family has always added salmon. Yeah, salmon. In the past, Leonard has suggested using online store apps to search for savings, looking at weekly specials, and choosing private brand labels to save a little bit more. We are looking ahead to Thursday night football, how the Ravens are preparing to take on the GOAT, Tom Brady. Plus, the debate went over when children can go under permanent gender-affirming care continues. Coming up in less than 30 minutes, national correspondent Kayla Gaskin joins us with the president's views. You're watching Fox 45 Early Edition, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
All right, it is a quick turnaround for the Ravens this week. They are taking on the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on Thursday, but this comes after that win on Sunday. Towards the end, got a little dicey, but we pulled it through.
Yeah, they ended up defeating Cleveland Browns Sunday afternoon barely. And it was because of some sloppy play towards the fourth quarter and that block right there. Quarterback Lamar Jackson spoke on the short recovery time.
It's Tom Brady. It's the same style and the same basic kind of an offense that he's run over the years, and it'll be a big challenge for us. Just trying to focus on getting ourselves ready to go play our best football down there on Thursday night.
Quick turnaround. It's only probably like 2-3 days before you traveling and doing all the necessary stuff to get to your opponent, and we're going away again. So that's about it. But it's football. Just got to get prepared.
And Ravens Nation is sharing their purple pride as we look ahead to Thursday's game. Adrian sent these two photos of her family showing their support for the Ravens at the game on Sunday. Oh, look at that. Got the boa and everything. And Sharon shared this picture with us. A touchdown showing off that purple pride during the game on Sunday. Thank you, Sharon. And Kristen sent us this picture saying a win is a win, even if it's a scary win. And I'm sure a lot of people were feeling that on Sunday. Look at her using the Halloween spirit and pushing the Ravens forward. And as we mentioned, the Ravens will be hitting the road this week to take on Tom Brady and the Tampa Bay Buccaneers.
Yeah, kickoff is Thursday at 8:15. All right, of course, Crying Tom, is going to be sitting on the sidelines complaining again about what's going on here. So we got to find out exactly, though, if we will start having some sunshine before we get to Thursday.
Yeah, that's important. Not that they're playing here, though.
Yeah, but still, if you're heading out to the bars.
Sunny skies here, maybe will help us over there.
Sure. We have meteorologist Justin Chambers, though, and it's between a little purple haze behind you there.
Yeah, definitely a purple haze for sure, Tom. That's what we're seeing right now with a lot of that cloud cover out there at this moment. Looking out over M&T Bank Stadium as we see a lot of the cloud cover this morning and the foggy conditions here that we are seeing at this time. Definitely reduced visibility and even some of that patchy drizzle. So you are going to get wet when you step outside. It's not raining. This is what we look at when I show you what's going on with the dew point temperature and the air temperature. Air temperature 60 degrees, dew point at 59 degrees. So that puts us at almost 100% humidity, which is why we have all of those low clouds hanging around and the reduced visibility, which is what we're seeing right here. You can see that yellow patch right there, mainly northern Carroll and Baltimore counties, where we're seeing some of the lowest clouds and a mile or less of visibility being reported. Then as you head north on 95, heading up to Cecil County and areas up toward Wilmington, Delaware, and even up toward Philly, you're also going to see some very low clouds and that fog that stays with us. And the fog really not going anywhere anytime soon, unfortunately. We're going to stay foggy throughout the morning commute. Notice on our HD radar, we're not tracking actual rain showers. Our next weather maker is a frontal boundary moving through the Central Plains. That's going to change up our weather pattern as we head into this later part of this week and closer to the weekend. So as you're out and about with us, rise and shine. Next couple of hours, upper 50s and lower 60s, maybe grabbing that cup of coffee and maybe an apple cider donut as our amazing apple cider donut challenge 2022 continues. 61 by 8 o'clock this morning in Brewers Hill, and numbers near noon will be in the mid 60s. So the temperatures are not the problem. We've got a mild afternoon ahead. We just won't see a lot of sunshine as we'll stay socked in with all of this cloud cover, even upper 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour this afternoon. That number is actually above average. Typically 65 is where we are for October 25th. So most of us across Carroll and Baltimore counties will be in those mid to upper 60s for your highs. Also in areas in Hartford and Cecil counties, you're going to see those numbers that will be right near those upper 60s, even close to 70 degrees with that cloud cover. Yeah, pilots, not a good day to fly. It's not been good the last couple of days. We're talking about LIFR and even IFR conditions out there here through this morning and more than likely into the afternoon. May see some slight improvement later today, but you really got to go west. You can see that here in our future scan. Look at all of the cloud cover up and down the 95 corridor for the Chesapeake region. Areas to the west are seeing a lot more sunshine. That's why temperatures will be warmer there. Tomorrow, we're going to get that cloud cover to stick with us. Here comes the cold front. Tomorrow afternoon into the evening, best chance for a couple of scattered showers. But then Thursday, much better and improving conditions. We'll have that wind, but we'll also see more sunshine and drier air that'll be in place. That will continue into Friday as well, setting us up for a pretty nice weekend. We are tracking some rain on Halloween Monday. Hopefully it'll be dry enough for the kids to get out and trick or treat on Monday night. But overall, these temperatures in the 60s here, a little cooler Friday and Saturday, but overall staying near or just slightly above average. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. We've got some major traffic issues following your Len Stoller traffic network. 95 southbound is closed, and we're talking from basically 195 all the way down to 100 in Elkridge. That's where it's shut down, so you're just sitting there. When you get off 695, you're just going to slowly move until they divert you over to Route 1, which is now slow. Also, you're also slow when you go on 795. So basically southbound of Baltimore City, heading to Washington, D.C., you really are going to have a difficult time getting there this morning because 7-vehicle accident, and as you see, police are diverting you, and they're still investigating that. That happened right near Elkridge, but there's multiple areas where the police have shut down 95. Now we want to go to Mark Jones, though, with the MTA. Good Tuesday morning, Mark.
Well, good Tuesday morning, Tom. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find train 843 on the Camden line and Brunswick train 890, both running about 5 minutes late. A lot of time for travel there. The other trains look good for travel. Out there on Metro Subway Link, expect about a 10 to 15 minute delay with shuttle buses in place between Penn North and Hopkins Station. That's due to maintenance. A lot of time in your travels on Metro Subway Link. Light Rail Link, a different story. No delays or issues. Looking good, in fact, in both directions of travel. For the MTA Transit Team, I'm Mark Johns.
Thank you, Mark.
The majority of Americans say they believe children should wait until they're at least 18 before undergoing permanent gender-affirming care. President disagrees. I'm Kayla Gaskins in Washington.
Developing now, the debate over whether minors should be able to undergo permanent gender-affirming surgery.
Yeah, Sinclair national correspondent Kayla Gaskins has the latest on this heated debate.
Protesters on both sides clashing over what's best for American children when it comes to permanent gender-affirming care. The debate spilling into the streets of Nashville over Vanderbilt University Medical Center's performance of transgender surgeries on minors with parental consent.
How can they possibly be mature enough to understand and consent to the life-changing implications of these drastic procedures?
You can't marginalize someone's ability to be human and be fully themselves. It's not okay.
New polling shows nearly 80% of likely voters say they think children should have to wait until they're 18 to undergo permanent gender-affirming care. President Biden disagrees.
No state should be able to do that, in my view.
In Little Rock, Arkansas, the nation's first trial over the state's ban on gender-affirming care for minors is currently underway.
One parent of a 17-year-old trans girl fighting against the state's law, saying, quote, "I never imagined I'd have to fight for my daughter to be able to receive medically necessary health care her doctor says she needs, and we know she needs." Trans rights becoming increasingly political.
I do believe that it's unfair for girls to have biological boys play sports with biological girls.
Some of the most heated debates taking place in high school athletics. In North Carolina, a female high school volleyball player recovering from a concussion after getting hit in the head with a reportedly 70-mile-per-hour ball spike from a transgender athlete. The volleyball team will now forfeit all games against the transgender athletes team going forward, citing unfair competitive advantage and safety concerns. This month, Republicans introduced a bill to ban instruction on gender identity and sexual orientation for students from kindergarten to third grade. The bill, unlikely to make much progress unless Republicans make big gains in the midterms. In Washington, I'm Kayla Gaskins.
Social Security and Medicare if they gain majorities in Congress this November, despite the idea being batted down by House Minority Leader Kevin McCarthy.
There's nothing that will create more chaos, more inflation, and more damage to the American economy than this. I will not cut Social Security. I will not cut Medicare. No matter how hard I am, never going to give in.
Now, Biden says anticipates Republicans won't lift the debt ceiling, leading to a government shutdown. The idea was proposed by Florida Senator Rick Scott in the spring, but other GOP leaders have since thrown cold water on it, instead proposing to bolster those programs.
Well, let me be very clear. I never mentioned Social Security or Medicare. Actually, in the Commitment to America, we say to strengthen Social Security and Medicare.
Now, McCarthy and other Republicans agree the debt ceiling needs to be lifted, but they say they want to address Biden and Democrats' spending behavior first. President Biden will receive the updated COVID booster shot today. The White House says he'll also deliver remarks about the pandemic and the administration's efforts to get more Americans boosted. Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre says that this administration is focused on reaching those at the highest risk, particularly seniors. She says it's important to the public to publicly receive the new booster.
He wants to send a signal to the American people that the vaccine is safe, effective, widely available, and also free. Ahead of the winter, and as more subvariants arise, there is a real urgency to getting the updated vaccine right now, and you can expect him to make that point very clearly to all of you tomorrow.
The bivalent booster shots target the original COVID strain, along with the Omicron subvariants BA4 and BA5. They're available to those ages 5 and older who have already gotten their primary vaccine doses.
There's major updates in the case of a 15-year-old squeegee kid accused of killing a man back in July. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have those latest details. Plus, I'll tell you what happens next.
Parents protesting violence in county schools. Coming up, we're live with the rally that's happening today.
Starting off foggy once again for your Tuesday morning. We will have sun eventually. I'll take a closer look at that coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Well, coming up on this Tuesday, October 25th at 6 o'clock, and when you step outside, I'm Tom Rogers.
Good morning. I'm Taylor Stewart. It is not that bad, I think, compared to yesterday because it was slick, but, you know, it's still very foggy.
Yeah, but it's a Tuesday.
You're right.
You know,
a foggy
the new
Tuesday.
Mondays are going to be rough.
You're
but
right.
Foggy, drizzly, blah Tuesday. Ugh, it's not good.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Meteorologist Justin Chambers. The look
Yeah.
at your foggy conditions.
It's a hump day eve, though, so it's almost hump day.
Okay.
Okay.
So there you go. Look at that, bringing some sunshine.
Looking forward, exactly, yes. And we will have the sun. It's going to take probably another day or so before we actually see that, because we are starting off foggy once again and a little wet on the roads. It's more of that drizzle that continues. You can see from our Towson camera right there. Temperatures are actually not too bad. In fact, upper 50s and lower 60s. Yeah, a light jacket, but mainly just a rain jacket is what you'll need as you make your way out. We'll keep that patchy drizzle in the forecast for today and those temperatures that do stay near average. Now, we have a yellow light on your morning drive. Mr. Bo says take it slow because we've got that reduced visibility. Still an hour and a half from the sun even coming up, so we don't get much help with that in terms of how dark and foggy it is right now. We will see highs back into the mid to upper 60s for the afternoon, so even with the cloud cover, numbers are going to stay actually above average. Closer look at your forecast coming up in a few minutes from right now. But Tom, a mess out there on the roads, right?
Yeah, southbound 95 from 695 all the way down to Elk Ridge. It is just basically a parking lot because there are 7 vehicles involved. You can see it on the left-hand side on the map there. You see where it goes from red to maroon. That means that area is just completely shut down. Police officers are getting you off the roads there, still investigating a 7-vehicle accident that happened. Not sure. Multiple different areas there, though. Basically between 195 to 100 is shut down, and you're backed up all the way to 695. Now to a city in crisis, major update to the case of 15-year-old squeegee kid accused of shooting and killing a man in July.
Yeah, we're learning more about a plea deal a city prosecutor offered him that the city state's attorney's office now says was never approved. It's since been rescinded.
Well, we are taking a deep dive into these new developments. In just a few minutes, we look at how this could impact future cases moving forward.
But we begin with a closer look at this latest mistake from Marilyn Mosby's office. Olivia Dance joining us live downtown with the details. Olivia.
Yeah, well, back in July, the squeegee kid, who was only 14 years old at the time, is accused of shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds right here at the corner of Light and Conway Streets. And now the state's attorney's office has rescinded a plea deal that was offered to the teen. The plea deal offered by a city prosecutor was 60 years in prison in exchange for a guilty plea. And for the attorneys representing the 15-year-old, it was an offer that they quickly refused.
Life suspended over 60 years. That's an outrageous offer given the facts of this case.
Adult or juvenile court. The state's attorney's office rescinding the offer altogether in a statement saying, quote, unfortunately, the attorney assigned to the case single-handedly and deliberately developed and conveyed an offer without the approval of supervisors, nor that of state's attorney Mosby, which is the normal homicide review protocol and process of our office, end quote. And now the defense team is raising questions about how the state's attorney's office is handling the rest of the case.
Is she rogue in her offers? Why is she not going through the proper channels before conveying an offer to the defense? What if we accepted that offer?
Certainly when the front office says that they had no inkling that this offer was going to be made and they didn't play a role in that offer, then there's something wrong with that process.
Now, the case will be back in court next month, where a judge will decide whether to keep the case in adult court or move it to juvenile court. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Former city prosecutor Tarun Vernadra weighed in on this and what it means for the case going forward.
The state's attorney was roundly defeated at the election. We know she's facing a federal trial. We know that half, maybe 3/4 of office have basically quit. I think we all hoped, including her opponents, that she would leave with some measure of dignity. But these last couple of weeks have just been a colossal, chaotic mess. And this is one more example of it being very clear that there's no one steering the ship.
Now, when it comes to squeegee kids, there are laws in place that could be used to keep the squeegee kids out of those intersections. But Mayor Brandon Scott said he will not enforce them. The mayor saying the squeegee kids are panhandling, which is protected speech. City's likely next city state's attorney, though, disagrees.
I understand, however, on the law, I disagree. To me, there's a difference of panhandling, holding a sign very quietly in an area, not going in and out of traffic.
Right.
Going in and out of traffic is an action. Therefore, I believe that action is illegal.
Fox 45 News sent questions to the mayor's office last week asking, does Mayor Scott agree with Ivan Bates on enforcing low-level offenses? Will Mayor Scott allow BPD to enforce the squeegee-related laws that are on the books? And the mayor's team has not answered our questions.
We gotta
Yeah, Fox 45 News seeing one after another of these vicious viral videos, fights happening inside Baltimore County Public Schools.
And parents are coming together to try and do something about it. Shannon Lilly joins us live with their plans today. Shannon.
Yeah, today, Taylor, parents are saying enough is enough. They want to see an end to this violence that we just keep seeing in their children's schools. And that's why they'll be meeting right here at the Baltimore County Board of Education building for this rally that's set to take place a little bit later on this evening. We want to pull up a look at the details right here. The rally is being hosted by the Baltimore County Parent and Student Coalition. It is set for 5:30 p.m. Now, in a notice sent out by the coalition, they say, quote, fear has no place in our schools. And then they go on to say the effects of school violence on students are both physical and psychological in nature. They range from injury to depression and contemplating suicide. School violence can also impact learning. Students who experience fear at school are likely to have difficulty concentrating on their education. Well, the coalition says their goal today is to allow parents, students, and staff the opportunity to speak out about the rising violence in schools and how it's impacting them, and to provide parents with information about available resources if their child is being bullied in school. And they are calling on the community, Tom and Taylor, to join them in this protest so that their voice is heard.
Now, Shannon, I want to know, have county leaders addressed this issue of violence that we're seeing in schools? I know parents have been very vocal about it.
They have, and yes, county leaders and school leaders have addressed it. We've reached out to them multiple times when we've received these videos in the past, but they did send us a statement a little bit earlier this month. We want to pull that up right here. It reads in part, quote, any behavior that creates a hostile school environment, disrupts learning and school activities, or negatively interferes with a student's academic, psychological, social, or physical well-being will not be tolerated. And they are encouraging anyone who sees this kind of activity to report it immediately to school administrators. Reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. Violence has plagued Baltimore or Maryland public schools since the beginning of the school year, especially in Baltimore County. In Towson High School, 2 women came forward with a Snapchat video of a fight between 3 girls. There were several incidents at Perry Hall High School so far this year. Parents sent us this video of what they say is their daughter getting beat up. We fuzzed it out for identity's sakes. Another fuzzed video that you've probably seen shows a girl wielding a bat. Her family claims that she was trying to protect herself from bullies. They say that all happened in front of school administrators. Now, that school also had to go on lockdown after police broke up a fight right behind the school building. A student had to be taken to a hospital, and all after-school activities were canceled.
Some city leaders worried about a proposal to start term limits. While some say they agree with the plan but are concerned with its execution.
October has been a particularly violent month, though, in Baltimore. Just ahead, a former prosecutor says Mayor Scott missed his own campaign mark.
And even though this picture is not too bad, we are seeing some more of the low clouds out there and the reduced visibility. Take it slow this morning. We'll take a closer look at your forecast coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. All local, all morning. Welcome back. 6:11 is your time right now. It is Tuesday morning. Happy Hump Day Eve, the final Tuesday of the month of October. Next week at this time, yes, we will already be into November. Temperatures are actually not bad. Upper 50s, even some lower 60s. So it's almost kind of a mild and muggy feel when you step out this morning. And it is tough to see because those clouds and the fog sticking around. So if you are going to get out for a run or a jog in the next few hours, lower 60s is what we're talking about with wet conditions out there on the trails and roads. We're back with your full forecast coming up in just a few minutes from right now.
Nice, I like it. Set the tone. Well, happening now as you just got into the mood here with Justin. Halloween's coming up fast. We want to see your decorations and costumes. You can also share your stunning pictures of the fall foliage, even if they're scary. Send us your photos and video. You may see them on air and online. Just head to foxbaltimore.com/chime in.
And some of you guys are already sharing how you're getting into the spooky spirit. Thank you, Jenna, for sending us this picture of Star. Star is going to be 1 year old on Friday. Happy early birthday. And Jenna sent us this picture of their house all decked out in spooky decorations. Thank you for sending us this. Oh my gosh, you guys really went the extra mile there. All right. Halloween less than a week away, and you'll need to watch out for the tricks that could be played on you. Just ahead on our 8 o'clock hour, the advice parents need to follow to make sure their kids only get treats.
And we're trying out the best apple cider donuts in our area. Look at that. Yeah, does your favorite rank up on top? Blind taste test here. Keep watching and find out from our very scientific poll. Well, all right, maybe not. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all donuts, all morning. Well, 6:16 now, and making your headlines this morning. 6 people are recovering, at least 2 are dead after a shooting at a St. Louis high school. Police say a 19-year-old gunman fired shots just after 9 in the morning. Police exchanging gunfire with that shooter, killing the suspect. Police chief says the school was taking all the responsible and reasonable precautions with locked doors and metal detectors, but he wouldn't detail how the shooter was able to enter that school, except that the gun was not hidden.
Oh, no. He just, when he entered, it was out. There was no mystery about what was going to happen. He had it out and entered in an aggressive, violent manner.
Police identifying the shooter there as a graduate from that school of last year. And police say the suspect had a dozen high-capacity magazines with him. Praised officers, though, for their quick response. They arrived within 4 minutes, immediately entered the building and sought the shooter while hundreds of students and staff were evacuating. Investigators are working to determine a motive. They say the suspect had no prior criminal record.
Is it true that when you exited the bathroom, you began shooting at students and staff members of the Oxford High School?
Yes.
16-year-old Ethan Grumbley pleaded guilty to killing 4 students and wounding 7 others at a Michigan high school last year. The teen says he got a gun from an unlocked container in his home, hid it in his backpack, and pulled it out in a bathroom before opening fire. He's facing life in prison without parole, but Grumbley's defense attorneys say he's taking accountability for the shooting, and they hope that will limit his prison sentence.
Is he in any way remorseful about what happened?
He definitely is. We have to all remember he is a 16-year-old boy, so a very scary situation today.
When you hear somebody admit that he intended to hurt so many people he didn't even know, it's difficult.
Hearings begin in February to determine if Grumbley will get a shorter sentence and a chance at release due to his age. His parents are pleading not guilty to counts of involuntary manslaughter, accused of not securing the gun from their son and ignoring warning signs. All right, get this. An 18-year-old from Colorado living up to his middle name, Sam Adventure Baker, was born into a family of climbers. He now hopes to be the youngest person to climb to the summit of El Capitan in California.
I'm most excited to climb with Daddy.
It's going to be basically 4 days of hanging from your fingers or hanging from your anchors. Basically, there's very few ledges. And so, we're going to have to bring up portal ledges, which are like nylon cots that you hang on the side of the wall. And it's just a big adventure, a big family adventure.
Now, besides climbing with his dad, Sam also says he's most excited about eating lasagna in a hammock and hanging thousands of feet in the air. El Capitan is Yosemite National Park's iconic vertical rock formation. And according to the park's website, it's 2.5 times as tall as the Empire State Building. Whew.
All right, what a great adventure. And if you step outside, you wouldn't be able to look up and see that. In fact, you wouldn't be able to look up and see any skyscrapers this morning.
Can't even see any apple cider donuts, could you?
They're gone. My plate is
almost really just going for it over here.
Just give me a second and let me talk to the people here, because we have this apple cider, the amazing Apple Cider Donut Challenge 2022. Look at that right there. We've got 5 different donuts that are spread out across all of our counties here locally. Your favorite apple cider donuts. Yeah. I thought we were going like the whole 5 hours. Tom's cleaned his plate. Taylor's tried all 5 already. I'm still on only through number 2.
Well, just nibbling over here. Tom is having a whole feast.
Not a fan of 5. Not a fan of 5.
All right, 2 so far is my favorite, but I've only had 2. I've got to get to 3, but I have to do weather, so I can't eat it right now. But either way, we're going to have and by the way, this is a very, very scientific poll, because we're having people that are actually trying it and voting on it. Now, you may have your favorite apple cider donut. There's a lot of great spots that are around town and around the area. So let us know where you think the best one is, and we'll go out and check it out, live and in person, because we're eating like 6-day-old donuts over there. So it's all good. All right, our Towson camera right now. Good morning to you. Lots of cloud cover. When we have temperatures right there at 60 degrees and dew point at 58, that means that humidity right almost at 100%, which is why we have those low clouds and the reduced visibility. When you look on the HD radar, there's actually not rain that's falling, but you more than likely will get wet, and the kids will get wet at the bus stop here over the next couple of hours. It'll just be that patchy drizzle that we'll be dealing with here throughout the day. Beep, beep, as they get out and about, send them off to school with some donuts. How about 60 next hour? Mild temperatures, mid to upper 60s, so probably just a light rain jacket is all we're talking about by the time we get into the afternoon with cloudy skies. Yeah, golfers, probably not too fun to get out there and try to play some golf today. Maybe if you want to hit some balls under the covered driving ranges, you're good to go with that, with temperatures in those mid to upper 60s through through the afternoon. 65 our average this time of year. Most of us stay above average, even with the cloud cover that'll be around. Look how much warmer it is to the west. That's where the sun is shining today. Western Maryland down through Pittsburgh into Charleston, West Virginia, kind of the other sides of the mountain, other sides of the mountains there. And what we've got is a lot of what we call the cloud cover that's kind of socked in and right over the top of us. Almost a cold air damming setup here. Basically, you have an area of low pressure off in the east that is spinning around and pushing all of these clouds right up against the mountains, which is why on our future scan, look at that. All of us keep the clouds with us throughout the afternoon for the 95 corridor. Not only here, but down to D.C., up into Philly and New York, and then we'll see more sunshine to the west of us. Now, tomorrow, our next weather maker rolls in, and that's going to be another cold front coming through. As that cold front moves through, we'll warm up even with those clouds. A couple of showers possible tomorrow afternoon, and then drier air coming in on Thursday and Friday. Actually looking a lot better as we get closer to the weekend. Shout out to Rob and Sarah. Dolly is dressed up as Minnie Mouse for our Halloween pet pics. It's a great shot. We do appreciate you guys watching, and thanks for sending that picture in. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com, or chime in, or Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Post your Halloween pet pics, and we'll put them on TV. Look at that. Halloween is now in our 7-day forecast. There's, what's her name? Do we have the witch's name? I don't think we've named the witch, but she's there. We'll talk about it. Either way, numbers are in the upper 60s on Thursday and then low to mid 60s into Friday and Saturday with dry conditions here, but do have a few raindrops to get through on Halloween Monday. Let's check in with Mass Transit. Mark Jones with the MTA. Good morning, Mark.
Well, good morning, Justin. Good morning, everyone. Out there on the MARC train system, you'll find Penn Train 511 and Camden Train 845, both running about 5 minutes late. Allow time for travel there. Metro Subway Lake with a delay. It's running about 10 to 15 minutes late with shuttle bus bridge service between Penn North and Hopkins Station. That's due to maintenance. Allow time in your travels on Metro Subway Link. Light Rail Link, a different story, looking good in both directions of that service for your travels. For the MTA Transit team, I'm Mark Jones.
Should city leaders have term limits? It's a question you'll answer come Election Day. Coming up, we are going to take a closer look at Question K on your ballot and what it'll mean when you vote.
And as Baltimore City is seeing some new developments, there are concerns crime could still keep people away. Just ahead, the role education could be playing when it comes to youth crime. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Now, Apple is raising the prices for its streaming services. Apple Music is jumping to $10.99 each month per individual. That's a $1 increase. And the family plan, which supports up to 5 people, is now $16.99. That's up $2. Meanwhile, the television and movie side, the monthly cost of Apple TV Plus is jumping 40% to $6.99.
Well, people who love their Mac computers but struggle to afford the product now have, well, at least one option. Best Buy is behind this idea. The Upgrade Plus program lets people finance an Apple laptop for 36 months with the option to either buy it outright when the 3 years is up or jump to a newer model. You're paying $20 a month for it. Then, if a person wants to keep the computer, final payment is just under $300 due. Now, a customer also has the choice to quit the program, return to the computer, or stay with it and upgrade to the next model.
Oh, the sandwich is back once again. McDonald's beloved McRib sandwich, the iconic fast food item. It's coming back on Halloween. It'll be available until November 20th. McDonald's says this could be the very last time, they say that all the time, that it could be available since it first debuted in 1981 and has had several limited time runs since then.
Still mostly cloudy today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers letting us know when we should expect the end to our gloomy pattern.
Concerns about ongoing crime in Baltimore. City leaders' promises haven't been kept. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at what's being done to reduce the violence. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
6:42 is your time right now. Kind of a cool shot from our live window. This is actually the partial solar eclipse, which is taking place as we speak. Later this morning, Eastern time, 82% of the sun will be covered with the moon's disk. But this is happening right now, really visible for folks in Europe and parts of Asia and North Africa. So, and especially with our cloud cover today, we won't even have a chance at seeing that either. But this is kind of a cool shot right now, again, happening in the world, but this is the shot actually from Norway of that partial solar eclipse, the last one of 2022. Back with your full forecast, and again, when we'll see Mr. Sun return, that's coming up in a few minutes from right now. Tom.
All right, thank you, Justin. Mayor Brandon Scott made a promise to voters before getting elected. He would reduce murders by 15% each year he was in office. Do voters, though, have any recourse on that guarantee?
And Election Day is now 2 weeks away. Coming up in about 30 minutes, Comptroller candidate Barry Glassman joins us live in studio. And his campaign push, we'll talk about that to earn your vote. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
.46, and now in your morning rush, city leaders hope big renovations can help draw more people to the city, boost the economy, and improve safety. Ravens legend Ray Lewis and music star Pharrell Williams joined developers to announce the new name of the renovated Baltimore Arena. Venue will now be known as CFG Bank Arena. Developer Oakview Group renovating the arena at a cost of about $150 million. Speakers at the announcement say it's a big step towards improving our city.
The CFG Bank Arena is built on a vision to do something extraordinary for the city of Baltimore.
This is going to change things. There's a lot of energy here now. There's a lot of business here now, and there's a lot of opportunity here now. But you wait and see what's going to happen over the next 3 to 4 years.
Also a big day towards the reopening of the Lexington Market. The market held that soft launch opening. First businesses that will operate in that new facility. The market cost $45 million to rebuild. The city is hoping the investment will help the area struggling with crime, drug dealing, and sanitation issues. So the big question is, do you think the city leadership is doing this right by kind of saying, hey, look what we have over here, but yet still the crime and the violence is still happening?
I mean, I think, you know, there's a lot of issues to tackle. It doesn't hurt to start to try to tackle the economy and commerce here, but we've seen this before where you try to invest a lot of money, but the issues that linger still cause issues and don't bring tourists.
I think it's a step in the right direction. I like to see this is a beautiful, wonderful city that we have. And, you know, it's unfortunate. We talk about the death and destruction and the crime and everything, but I mean, there are some really great things. And if it can draw people down there, I know that I had read that the new owner of the Harbor Place wants to
Promenade.
Yeah, the Promenade wants to redo that, and they're going to put a lot of money into that because people need to come down there. I mean, look at that. You can see that beautiful shot of our inner harbor. We always talk about that. People run and walk down there and have a good time, but it's like, you know, it's tough when all we talk about is all the crime that happens here.
Well, and there's a lot that's going on down there, too. I mean, we still have the lighthouse. We still have Pier 6. We still have a lot of music. We have the aquarium right there where people will travel from all over the place, all over the eastern seaboard to come to the Baltimore Aquarium.
And we had a great turnout for the Baltimore Run Fest. What was it?
Oh, yeah.
I mean, that was huge.
Every year.
You know, so that's always a big thing. We got the Christmas market hopefully down there. We're going to have that
ice skating rink.
Ice skating rink. It's coming up. She doesn't know about that. But
I will definitely get out there.
What was that? November of last year? It started. I think it started in November.
It's like November 1st, right? Yeah.
What did you say, Curtis?
November 1st.
Oh, they are.
You said it's already started to build. Okay,
right,
I like it.
Yeah.
I'm gonna get you on ice skates, girl.
Oh yeah, I can do it.
Can you?
Oh yeah, roller skate, ice skates, all of it, the whole 9.
Wow.
All right.
The whole 9.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
That's your challenge, Taylor.
I know.
Now, by the way,
I'll take it.
Speaking of challenges, it's the amazing Apple Cider Donut Challenge 2022. Now, this plate represents me, JC. There's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Now, I ate them from the other plate, but I've gone through all 5. 5 is garbage, absolute garbage. Terrible. Tom, you've already eaten everything off of your plate.
Yeah, and I agree. I agree about 5. 5 has some issues.
I don't know what 5 is. I don't know what 5 was.
I think an intern put the wrong ingredient in that batch of donuts for 5.
Put some turmeric in there, man. Either way, 2 is the best by far. But again, we'll be talking about it throughout the morning, and we know that there are great apple cider donuts and great fall things happening out there right now. Let us know yours. Let us know where the favorite one is to get. I finally got an apple fritter from the Amish market, just as everyone was yelling at me to go do it. And it was pretty darn good. So, all right, our Mile 1 Auto Group Cam, good morning to you. We are seeing a lot of the foggy start to the day, a lot of foggy conditions. Check out the visibility map. Now, visibility has degraded or has gone down a little bit, especially in northern Baltimore, Harford, and Cecil counties, only a half mile or less in Westminster and parts of Carroll County. So that fog is very low at this time, or the clouds are very low. So it's tough to get out there on the roads. Just, plan a little extra time. Make sure to get plenty of space in between you and that car in front of you. Lower 60s over the next couple of hours. Our temperatures are kind of mild. It almost feels mild and muggy outside. As we look at our day planner here through 10 a.m., we'll be in the mid 60s out there at Fed Hill. And right around that 2 and 3 o'clock hour, actually upper 60s, even with the cloud cover that'll be around. Taco Tuesday will be a little cloudy, but mid 60s in that 5 o'clock hour. And we should top out right about 68 for our high, which is pretty close to average for this time of year. And the sun will be up in just a little bit up until 6:14 tonight, even though we won't see much of the sun. But upper 60s here is what we're talking about across Carroll and Baltimore counties and up and down the 95 corridor. Now, much warmer in western Maryland and areas on the other sides of the mountains. That's where we actually will see plenty of sunshine. So we're kind of socked in with this cloud cover, at least for the next day and a half or so. Finally, by Thursday, we'll see a few showers around tomorrow, but Thursday and Friday look great, back to the upper 60s with a lot of sunshine, and even low to mid 60s Friday and Saturday. Now, notice on Halloween, the right side of your screen, we have our witch there, and we have, I want to say Wanda, but I don't know. That's kind of too easy, Wanda the witch, but let me know what you think we should name her there for Halloween, which does include the chance for a few showers next Monday. Tom?
All right, thank you, Justin. A Tony-nominated Broadway star paying tribute to Smokey Robinson. Get ready, because he is cruising right here in Maryland. How the Tears of a Clown star is creating a special tribute to one of Motown's biggest hit makers. I may need to bring my girl.
From pet costume contests to beer garden options, get your fix of pups and pours. The special fundraiser coming up fast for Barks. And you know what I want to pour? A cup of coffee. Might be time for a coffee break. We'll be right back. Developing this morning, yet another school shooting devastating a community in St. Louis. A gunman killing a teacher and a student at a high school there. Police say the gunman fired shots just after 9 a.m. Monday. They say the shooter first caught a security guard's attention when he tried to enter a locked school building. It's not clear how he got inside, though, but officers ultimately caught up with him.
Upon hearing gunfire, they ran to that gunfire, located the shooter, and engaged that shooter in exchange of gunfire. The suspect was struck and transported from this location, and that suspect has since been pronounced deceased.
Now, there's no word on the motive for this shooting, and police have not identified the suspect.
Missouri authorities say an Amazon worker who was found dead may have been attacked by dogs. It happened right near Kansas City. People living nearby spotted his Amazon vehicle parked for several hours. That's when they were able to find the man's body. Now, deputies say when they arrived, they found the driver lying in the front of a home, right in front of a home, and two aggressive dogs nearby. The dogs were shot on site.
The new chief of U.S. prisons is pledging to reform the federal prison system. Colette Peters is taking over after her predecessor resigned following widespread problems at the agency. Peters telling the Associated Press she wants to change hiring practices to fight systemic corruption. Peters acknowledges the staffing crisis within the U.S. prison system, but hopes the shift in focus will help recruit the right people.
I'm hit, I'm hurt. And the whole crowd is just panicking and running and stuff.
Now to a story you'll only see here this morning. An 18-year-old shot and killed in San Antonio during a car meetup. And this morning, the man who tried to save his life is sharing his story.
Yeah, the man who tried to save him spoke to Robin Ugwin.
While I was in the car, my vision left. It went black on me. I could hear everything, but I couldn't see nothing. I felt my soul come up out of my body.
October 16th, 2022, a night this man will never forget. A car meetup that took the life of 18-year-old Evan Mejia, the teen he tried to save.
I get out, and the guy, I never met him before, never seen him before. He's laying on the ground, literally like, and freaking out and panicking. As I'm reaching down to start helping him, 6, 7 more shots go off. And I felt like I got punched in the leg twice.
Those shots did some damage. One hit an artery, another went through a bone in his leg. But Ed, who prefers to be called Honky, is in good spirits. He's a trained martial artist who's working to promote a boxing circle called Guns Down, Gloves Up. The group just started meeting 3 weeks ago, an outlet for youth to not resort to violence and instead get into a ring.
We're promoting these kids to get out of the streets, get into gyms, quit fighting in the street, quit shooting each other. Come to our events, put on these boxing gloves, and fight it out like a real man. We're giving them something, and we're hoping that we can make a change.
We asked him why he decided to help Evan that night, risking his own life. The answer, selfless.
I put my nose in people's business, but I'm trying to help. You know, love thy neighbor. Love God with all your heart and soul. And love your neighbor as you love yourself.
Well, Ed is still recovering in the hospital, and he says he's working to promote Guns Down, Gloves Up, as you heard him say. You can read more right now at FOX45.com.
That's an outrageous offer given the facts of this case.
First, there was a deal, and now there's no deal. We have new developments in the case of the Baltimore teen charged with the shooting and killing of a driver while he was squeegeeing.
Yeah, parents protesting violence in county public schools. We're live with the fight from Baltimore County as parents are demanding change today.
And we're dealing with foggy conditions once again for your Tuesday morning. We will see the sun eventually later this week. We'll take a closer look at that and how it's shaping up for Halloween. It's all coming up on Fox 45 Morning News. Let's go.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Coming up on 7 o'clock, and here are the three big stories we're following this Tuesday morning. The fate of a squeegee kid charged for shooting and killing a Baltimore driver downtown is in limbo. The mistake from the city state's attorney's office.
And after a number of violent incidents in Baltimore County Public Schools, parents are demanding safety for their children. How they're planning to turn up the heat today.
Baltimore voters about to make history. In 2 weeks, voters will get their first chance to appoint school board members. This is a time where the system is facing a number of scandals and failures.
It's a chance for voters to have their voice heard.
I believe that those who are elected in places of power and positions of power have neglected to use that power.
We cannot get anywhere in improving this system unless we are all unified.
I really want to go on the school board and model what it looks like to have tough conversations and to lean into discomfort.
Well, Olivia Dan, Shannon Lilly, and Chris Papps had the full details on these three big stories for you. That's coming up. Well, thank you for joining us on this Tuesday, October 25th. I'm Tom Rogers.
And I'm Taylor Stewart. I want to go ahead and check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. It was really foggy coming in. We'll drive Ooh. That was not a word, was it, at all? Will people get out on the roads to have those foggy conditions
That's
as well?
how everyone's feeling driving in this
right now.
I think
so.
Yeah.
I think, you know what? It's a cider donut thing.
It is.
It's in your head.
Did you eat 5?
It's in your head.
I did.
We still know what the ingredient
We
is.
got to talk about that coming up. Right now, let's go outside. Yes, foggy conditions here this morning. This is what it looks like here from our Towson camera with the low clouds that are hanging around this morning. We talked about this a moment ago. Yeah, that is the ice rink that is being constructed down there at the Inner Harbor. So, man, how close are we to winter that we're already talking about that? It's not going to feel anywhere like winter today, even with the foggy conditions and some patchy drizzle. Temperatures actually staying near average, which is the mid to upper 60s. And even the next couple of hours, Mr. Bo, I've got a yellow light there on your morning drive because it is still a little dangerous out there with the fact that the sun hasn't come up and we've got the low visibility. We'll take a closer look at this and the improving forecast just in time for the weekend in just a few. Speaking of the roads, Tom, I'll tell you, it seems like it's been a mess all morning.
It has. 95 South, but you just said the word improving. Len Stoller Traffic Network. Look at this. This is actually good news. 95 on Montgomery Road, the right-hand side, you're southbound, you are moving. You can see there were 7 vehicles involved in an accident right about 4 o'clock or earlier this morning, and that has shut down 95 in certain parts, especially from 195 to 100. That is now crawling along, so they opened that back up, and you're moving along southbound there, but still, it's going to be a long haul for you if you're taking anywhere southbound from Baltimore to D.C. Now to a city in crisis. Major update to the case of a 15-year-old squeegee kid accused of shooting and killing a man in July.
Yeah, this morning we're learning the shooter was offered a plea deal in error. The city state's attorney's office has since rescinded that offer.
Now we're taking a deep dive into these new developments. In just a few minutes, we look at how this could impact future cases going forward.
But first, a much closer look at this mistake from the office. Let's check in with Olivia Dance, who's live downtown this morning with the latest. Olivia.
Well, back in July, the squeegee kid, who was only 14 years old at the time, is accused of shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds right here at the corner of Light and Conway Streets. And now the state's attorney's office has rescinded a plea deal that was offered to the teen. The plea deal offered by a city prosecutor was 60 years in prison in exchange for a guilty plea. And for the attorneys representing the 15-year-old, it was an offer that they quickly refused.
Life suspend all but 60 years. That's an outrageous offer given the facts of this case.
The city prosecutor had made the offer before a judge had decided whether the 15-year-old should be tried in adult or juvenile court. The state's attorney's office rescinding the offer altogether in a statement saying, quote, unfortunately, the attorney assigned to the case single-handedly and deliberately developed and conveyed an offer without the approval of supervisors nor that of state's attorney Mosby, which is the normal homicide review protocol and process of our office, end quote. And now the defense team is raising questions about how the state's attorney's office is handling the rest of the case.
Is she rogue in her offers? Why is she not going through the proper channels before conveying an offer to the defense? What if we accepted that offer?
Certainly when the front office says that they had no inkling that this offer was going to be made and they didn't play a role in that offer, then you know, there's something wrong with that process.
And the case will be back in court next month, where a judge will decide whether to keep the case in adult court or move it to juvenile court. We're now reporting live in Baltimore. I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
Former city prosecutor Thuru Vignaraja weighing in on what this means for the case going forward.
I mean, I think what Ms. Mosby's office has done, whether it's this rogue prosecutor or the lack of supervision, has created an opportunity for the defense attorneys, who are both very savvy, to create a media firestorm around this. This is becoming a very popular tactic to try to litigate these cases in the public eye instead of in a courtroom. And Ms. Mosby's unforced error here has created an opportunity for them to do just that.
Well, when it comes to squeegee kids, there are laws already in place that can be used to keep squeegee kids out of the intersections, but Mayor Brandon Scott has said multiple times he will not enforce them. The mayor says squeegee kids are panhandling, which is protected speech. City's likely next city state's attorney disagrees.
I understand, however, on the law, I disagree. To me, there's a difference of panhandling, holding a sign very quietly in an area, not going in and out of traffic.
Right.
Going in and out of traffic is an action. Therefore, I believe that action is illegal.
Well, Fox 45 News sent questions to the mayor's office last week asking, does Mayor Scott agree with Ivan Bates on enforcing low-level offenses? And will Mayor Scott allow BPD to enforce the squeegee-related laws that are on the books? Well, the mayor's team has not answered our questions. Fox 45 News is seeing one after another of the vicious viral videos, fights happening along Baltimore County Public Schools. And parents are definitely coming together to try and do something about it. Shannon Lilly joins us live with their plan today. Shannon.
Today, Taylor, parents say enough is enough. They want to see an end to this violence that they continue to see in their children's schools. And that is why they'll be meeting right here at the Baltimore County Board of Education building for a rally that's set to happen a little bit later on this evening. We have a look at the details right here. The rally being hosted by the Baltimore County Parent and Student Coalition. It is set for 5:30 p.m. Now, in a notice sent out by the coalition, they say, quote, fear has no place in our schools. And then they go on to say the effects of school violence on students are both physical and psychological in nature. They range from injury to depression and contemplating suicide. School violence can also impact learning. Students who experience fear at school are likely to have difficulty concentrating on their education. Well, the coalition says their goal today is to allow parents, students, and staff the opportunity to speak out about the rising violence in schools and how it's impacting them. And they also want to provide parents with information about available resources if their child is being bullied in school. And they are calling on the community, Tom and Taylor, to come together and join them in this protest today.
Now, have county leaders responded? Are they aware of this protest? Because we know we've seen parents be very vocal about the violence that they're seeing in schools.
Yeah, we have reached out to the district about this issue multiple times, Taylor, especially as these videos come in and continue to surface. We did get a statement about the issue of school violence earlier this month. We want to pull up that statement right here on your screen. It reads in part, quote, any behavior that creates a hostile school environment, disrupts learning and school activities, or negatively interferes with a student academic, psychological, social, or physical well-being will not be tolerated. And they are encouraging anyone who sees this kind of behavior to report it immediately to school administrators. Reporting live in Baltimore County, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 Morning News.
Thank you, Shannon. 7:08 now. Violence has plagued Maryland public schools since the beginning of the school year, especially in Baltimore County. At Towson High School, two women came forward with Snapchat video of a fight between three girls. There were several incidents, though, that happened at Perry Hall High School. A parent sent us this video we blurred out of her daughter getting beaten up. Now, another video shows a girl wielding a bat. Her family claims that she was just trying to protect herself from bullies, and they say this incident happened right in front of school administrators. That school also had to go on lockdown after police broke up a fight behind that school. A student had to be taken to the hospital, and all after-school activities were canceled.
That brings us to our question of the day. Will the performance of public schools affect the way you vote in November? So far, 55% of those who voted say no. We want to hear from you all, though. Go to foxbaltimore.com/vote to weigh in.
Baltimore leaders hope some big renovations at two key locations downtown can help draw more people to the city, boost the economy, and improve safety. Ravens legend Ray Lewis and music star Pharrell Williams joined developers to announce the new name of the renovated Baltimore Arena. The venue will be known as CFG Bank Arena. Developer Oakview Group renovating that arena at a cost of about $150 million.
The CFG Bank Arena is built on a vision to do something extraordinary for the city of Baltimore.
This is going to change things. There's a lot of energy here now. There's a lot of business here now, and there's a lot of opportunity here now. But you wait and see what's going to happen over the next 3 to 4 years.
Renovations will expand seating and upgrade some lighting. The exterior of the building will be redesigned with new glass and exterior sails. The arena, yeah, you put some sails in there, that draws your eye, right? The arena is set to open February of next year. Bruce Springsteen, the boss, will be here in April, and then Blink 182 is coming in May.
All the small things.
Also a big step towards reopening the Lexington Market. The market held a soft launch, opening the first businesses that will operate in that new facility. The market will cost $45 million to build, and the city is hoping the investment will help the area's struggle with crime and drug dealing and sanitation issues. That soft launch continues each day this week from 8 in the morning until 5 p.m.
Oh, that's good. Sinking some more money, revitalizing certain buildings here, drawing some tourists back to the city. It's
That's
big.
true.
Yeah. But
the roads in front of CFG Arena.
Yeah. Yeah.
There's some
traffic.
No, not the traffic. No, the roads.
The potholes.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
I think they're bigger than pots now, right? Like, what do you call them?
Probably put a couple
trash
of
can holes?
3 or 4 people in there. Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
No, but I'm kidding, of course. But in all honesty, it's good to see that folks are coming out, that they're doing this. I mean, we talked about how there's a lot of activities that take place in this town, and I think it's going to be great to have that arena redone.
Big names.
I'm looking for the sales. I can't wait for the sales.
What color do you think it'll be?
I think they're going to be transparent.
Ooh, really? All right. Let's see. We'll find out. All right. The little things, all those small things that you're worried about.
Yeah, all the small things, right.
Here's a look at the stories making your headlines this hour. In 2 weeks, Baltimore City voters and everyone across the street will get their chance to vote. Though in the city, you get to elect leaders to the school board. Candidates up for vote and their promises.
But first, we're speaking live with Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman on why voters should give him another term in office. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
Well, you may need your fog lights this morning for your commute here. Looking live at conditions from around our region here, and the clouds settling in. And it means it's going to be another gray day. In fact, such a gray day that we've had some traffic conditions too. 95 south of the city, still a mess. We want to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. I see the ice rink being built. You were talking about that earlier. One way to get up and ready, right?
Yeah.
What do you have?
The donuts, right? Yeah, the apple cider donut, the amazing apple cider donut challenge 2022. And yeah, we are still seeing a lot of fog out there. Again, we don't know if that major accident on 95 caused by the fog, but either way, this is what it looks like right now. This is what our plate looks like. If you look closely, 2, I don't know if you can see that or not, but 2 has a little grease stain right there in today's National Greasy Foods Day. 2, by far the winner. It's the best apple cider donut that we have. So we're going to be voting on them throughout the morning, and I think toward the end of the show we'll reveal where all these apple cider donuts are from. So this is a good day to have an apple cider donut, and I would say like a soup day, but it's not really cold. The temperatures, you can see those on the right side of your screen. A lot of us in the 50s and 60s, so it's almost kind of mild and muggy out there. Look at that. We're officially at 60 in Towson right now. When the dew point is in the upper 50s or close to the air temperature, that's when we're socked in with the saturated air. The visibility numbers have actually gone down a little bit. All of the areas here in yellow, northern Baltimore County, Hartford County, Cecil County, right along the PA and Maryland line, all the way out through Carroll County, where you've seen a half-mile visibility or less. So again, it's hard to see that car in front of you. That's why we stress you want to take extra time. Make sure to leave plenty of space with the person in front of you on the roads. As you get the kids out to the bus stop, beep, beep, at least some patchy drizzle, possibly some rain gear, but overall, we'll see those kind of mild temperatures and cloudy skies throughout the day today into the upper 60s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. There's Hank the Bird. Yeah, he likes apple cider donuts. 63 by 9 a.m. into the mid to upper 60s later this afternoon. And 65 is our average for October 25th. We're going to be in the mid to upper 60s across central Maryland. Pilots, yeah, it's a no-go today. We're talking LIFR to IFR. That's low IFR as those ceilings are almost down to the surface here this morning. We keep the clouds around today. We're really not tracking much in the way of rain. Again, just some patchy drizzle here and there. Our next weather maker is a cold front coming in tomorrow afternoon. That's going to potentially bring us a few showers. Finally, drier air and more sunshine on Thursday. I've got sunshine, and this is Jamie Holt, who has Remy. It's a person dressed as a dog holding a dog. I love it. That's a great Halloween pet pic, Jamie. Thank you so much for sending that in. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com, Twitter, Facebook, chime in, however you want to do it. We'll be happy to put those on TV. Now, our 7-day forecast does include Halloween. We are thinking about names for the witch, and someone emailed me and said Juanita, because it's like, you know, a W, Juanita the witch. So that's a possibility. Either way, Halloween does bring a few showers, and I'll have to talk about that as we get closer to the holiday. Back to you.
All right, thank you, Justin. Fox 45 News is taking you beyond the podium for some of the big races that you could see in 2 weeks, and they include the race for Anne Arundel County Executive. Last week, we spoke with Republican Jessica Hare. This morning, we're speaking with incumbent Stuart Pittman. Well, Executive, thank you so much for joining us this morning.
Thank you. Good to be with you.
Last week, as you just heard me saying, we spoke with your competitor here, Jessica Hare, and she said, she called you out saying that she's going to lower taxes by 3%, that you raised them and you taxed fun. Your response to that?
Well, we actually lowered taxes in this last year. We had a lot of catching up to do because our county had grown a lot and hadn't kept up with services and infrastructure. You know, I have come to love these local institutions: police, teachers, fire. They've all endorsed my campaign, and we've got to provide services to our county. You know, the $100 million that she wants to take out of county government at this point, as costs are rising, as the fiscal cliff is coming, the end of fiscal support, it would be slash and burn. It would have a major impact. If we have a recession, it would make it even worse because there would be more losses to county government. So we need to provide services to our resident, and we need to continue with these infrastructure improvements, the schools that we're building, the roads that we're building. So, you know, I think we're the lowest tax in the region, and we want to stay that way, but we can't slash $100 million out of our budget.
Another thing that she's attacking you on, Executive Pittman here, crimes drop, but you said you're saying that crimes have dropped, but she says you're not including the low-level crimes at all, though, in there, kind of like dropping a lot in the numbers.
You know, this has been a ridiculous back and forth. You know, my position is that we should celebrate when our police officers, the command staff, and the chief are saying that they have actually dropped crime 10% plus, while the region has been going up over the last 4 years. So I want to celebrate their work, not criticize them and try to score political points for it. We have a lot of work to do. Crime is the #1 issue. We all have to continue to do that work together. But this is not a political game.
One other avenue, and I keep bringing this up because we spoke with her. So 2 weeks out of Election Day, though, she's bringing up the whole school issues, from school bus drivers to teachers. She's blaming you for that and saying a lack of leadership caused Anne Arundel. And we've heard that for years now. Anne Arundel has had some issues with bus drivers and keeping them there. Also, we're hearing from parents saying that it's difficult to find teachers in that county. How is Anne Arundel Public Schools doing now?
Well, again, this is a community crisis. We all know it's a crisis, and we've been fighting to try to get more bus drivers. I actually did this $5 pay increase, but then they changed the start time, so that made it worse. It compressed the drivers aren't able to get as many hours. We can't force the school board to go back to the old start times. I've tried. We can't force them to do the bus system the way we want to. We can provide the funds. She voted against that $5 an hour increase in our budget. She was the only person on the county council to vote no on the budget. It was a 6-1 bipartisan budget. We need people to come together and solve these problems, not score political points on them.
Anne Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman up in 2 weeks. Thank you so much. We appreciate you giving us just a few minutes of your time.
Thank you.
Sure. Now, as I said, we spoke with Jessica Hare live on Fox 45 Morning News, and you can watch that full interview on our website, foxbaltimore.com.
Job of the Day is sponsored by Antwerpen Auto Group.
Getting Maryland back to work. Now it's time for our Job of the Day. Carl's Door Service is looking for a garage door opener technician. The business is locally owned and operates here and into southern York County areas. For more information on how to apply for this job, go to foxbaltimore.com. And if you're an employer with jobs that need to be filled, please send your information to us here at news@foxbaltimore.com.
Current Harford County executive trying to convince Marylanders he should be your next comptroller. He'll join us live with his plans that are set, he says, directly for you.
And with the historic Peel Museum in Baltimore, we'll talk about the Guardians project that's happening right now. Tell you about it next on Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning long.
7:25, and it's so Baltimore. The Peel Museum is honoring the unrecognized women leaders all across the city.
That's right. In a new photo documentary and storytelling project entitled The Guardians, Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark will give us all the details of that. He's live downtown in Baltimore right now.
Maybe not.
Maybe.
Anticipation?
This is the deep tease, guys.
It is. All right.
Well,
we're going to be checking in with Mark here in just a little bit. One time though, we always would say, "Okay, Mark, you're working out or you're eating."
We balance
This is something different. He's excited about it. It has nothing to do with him exercising or
eating today.
And he's like, "I actually get to look at something here that's worthwhile, and we may have him." Right, Mark? Are you there now?
Got him.
There he is. All right, let's go.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Can you hear me? Yes, I have a guardian with me. Antoinette is here. And actually, look, beautiful photo there. Antoinette, what does it mean to be a guardian?
So a guardian is a community leader who typically represents an underrepresented community who tries to bring about change in the community by doing things such as registering people to vote, supporting community residents, and just encouraging and trying to bring about change within the community.
Well, thank you for being a guardian. You are a guardian. Your daughter's a guardian. We're going to be talking to the photographer this morning. Again, this historic museum. And congratulations and thank you for your service. Guys, it's great to be in front of a guardian, and we thank her for all the great things that she does, right?
And we'll be checking back in with you to get a little bit more on the details here too, Mark, throughout the morning. Thank you.
Thank you.
If you would like some more information about the Guardians and this photo documentary, you can go to our website. That's foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
Project Baltimore introduces you to the candidates in the city's first ever school board election, how they're planning to tackle old issues in the city.
Howard County students, they're about to get help with their education. The announcement today coming from County Executive Calvin Ball. 7:27, you're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Project Baltimore is sponsored by the Snyder Law Group. Call 410 the Firm. Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
Good Tuesday morning to you. It is October 25th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers. 2 weeks from Election Day. Isn't that crazy?
Oh my gosh, I feel like this year's flown by.
It has, yeah.
Yeah.
In the meantime, though, before we get there, we have to find some candy. Well, you're supposed to decorate and then get some candy.
That's very
but
true.
As parents, you just have to check the candy. So, yeah, we get candy.
We got Justin,
We do.
meteorologist Justin Chambers.
That's right.
With our forecast.
6 days until Halloween, and today, the 25th of October, guys, that means 2 months until Christmas.
Oh,
yes,
my goodness.
2 months. Taking a look outside, it is a foggy start, albeit kind of mild with our temperatures on the right side of your screen. A lot of you are in the 60s here this morning. Barely even need a jacket, maybe just kind of a rain jacket in case you get some drizzle spitting on you out and about here. Now, look at the visibility map right there on your screen. All of there is in yellow, a mile or less of visibility. So from Edgewood and Perryville up in Elkton, Bel Air and Harford County, northern Baltimore County, you are seeing a mile or less of visibility, even less visibility in Westminster and Hampstead and Manchester there in Carroll County. So we're seeing about a half mile or less of visibility at this time. So actually those conditions have gotten a little worse with the foggy start. Out for a run or a jog in the next few hours. As I mentioned, temps are not bad, into the 60s, but definitely foggy. And we're going to actually get close to almost 70 degrees for the afternoon with lots of cloud cover out there. And again, potentially a little bit of drizzle as well. We'll take a closer look at that coming up in a few minutes from right now. Let's check on the roads. I know earlier they were not good. How's it looking now?
Yeah, in particular, though, 95 southbound. Also, because of that, Route 1 southbound and the 295 Baltimore D.C. Parkway. Sorry, I'll get it out. But 95, this is where 7 vehicles were involved in an accident. Police were doing an investigation there early this morning when we came on air. That happened, and it's been backed up, and now it's causing some backups all the way around the outer loop, 695. So just you are moving, you are going through there, but it's a very slow haul all the way from 695 down to Elk Ridge, Route 1. It's still backed up all the way there as you're slowly getting past that scene.
In just 2 weeks, Baltimore City residents will make history. For the first time ever, voters will choose their own school board members.
Yeah, and the 4 candidates that have their work cut out for them. National test scores released this week put Baltimore City among the lowest in the country for math and reading.
Project Baltimore's Chris Papst recently spoke with those candidates to find out how they would fix the school system.
Baltimore City Schools, right now, is the only district in Maryland with no elected board members. They're all appointed by the mayor. These 4 candidates are running to be the first ever elected members. And 2 will win.
It's a chance for voters to have their voice heard. It's a chance for us to center students in decision making.
Salima Jasani is a former Baltimore City Schools teacher. So is April Curley.
I believe that those who are elected in places of power and positions of power have neglected to use that power in ways that are beneficial and useful to the people that they serve. And so, yeah, I think that our school system needs a lot of work.
Project Baltimore canvassed the city, traveling corner to corner to catch up with the candidates and find out what message they are taking to the voters in the final days before the election.
We cannot get anywhere in improving this system unless we are all unified.
Candidates like Kwame Kenyatta Bay, who is a current city schools teacher, an IT professional, Ashley Esposito.
I'm the only parent community member in the race. Like, that is the perspective that I want to bring. You know, I'm not an educator. I'm coming in as a mom that's just concerned and wanting to be that voice and to be that direct line of communication for other parents.
Baltimore City currently has 10 appointed school board members. The upcoming election will add 2 additional seats, making it a 12-person board, which will oversee a $1.6 billion budget and about 77,000 students. And this is a school system with serious issues, despite being one of America's most funded large school districts. According to federal test scores, Baltimore City is ranked among the lowest in the country in terms of student proficiencies in math and reading. Curley says part of the problem is that many students are traumatized by violence, making it difficult to learn. She favors abolishing school police and using the money to hire more counselors.
I worked, as a teacher. I had an amazing school resource officer in my school. And still, I feel like there were deeper things that my students and teachers needed.
Esposito wants more money put into hiring tutors to bridge the knowledge gap, while Gisani says the school system needs to better identify specific student needs and tailor education plans to them.
I think at the systemic level, we are not individualizing instruction for students.
Kenyatta Bay wants Baltimore City schools to focus on job readiness, get away from outdated curriculum, and prepare students for employment in modern fields.
We're in a changing society right now. And if we don't change with it, if we don't change our education with it, we'll lose it. We will lose it, and I see it slipping.
While they all take different approaches to improving student outcomes, all 4 candidates are calling for greater transparency and accountability within city schools.
So I know firsthand experience what it means to exist in a system where you want to do great things, but sometimes you are limited because of the lack of leadership and vision that exists.
In the past 5 years, Project Baltimore has exposed massive scandals in city schools involving inflated enrollment, fake report cards, grade fixing, and federal rights violations. But the school system has not agreed to an interview on these topics or any other for more than 5 years.
I really want to go on the school board and model what it looks like to have tough conversations and to lean into discomfort, because in my mind, we're only as good as the lowest performing school.
These 4 candidates say their election to the school board will ensure parents are informed of what's happening in city schools and have a say in decision making.
I am trying to set the people's agenda on the school board.
I hope that voters think about who is going to be able to make sure that your child and all of our children have access to the supports that they need.
This is more than an election. This is not about separatism. This is about building a mission, building a goal, building our school systems, making them stronger, and making them what the community wants to see.
I'm Chris Pabst, and this is Project Baltimore.
Now, if you want to know more about the candidates for Baltimore City School Board, you can go to our website, foxbaltimore.com. Just click on the Project Baltimore tab. And as the election draws near, you can find updates online with more from the candidates and where they stand on some of the biggest challenges in Baltimore City schools. A voter guide for all of our reporting on this upcoming general election, plus important dates to mark on your calendar. Scan the QR code right there to take you straight to the information, or you can head to foxbaltimore.com/vote 2022. Race for Maryland Comptroller is on. Harford County Executive Barry Glassman's here in studio. We'll have him mic'd up and ready to discuss how he wants to get your vote. And help on the way for community college students in Howard County. Foggy also as you head out this morning. Clouds hanging around again today. Meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking when we could see a few less showers and when we could see the sunshine return. 7:38 your time. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. 7:41 and happening today, Howard County Executive Calvin Ball is going to announce what he's calling transformational funding. Now, for Howard County college students, Ball will be talking about a $3.5 million scholarship. He'll be joined by the president of Howard County Community College. County executive says this scholarship will help students bounce back after suffering learning loss during the pandemic. Maryland U.S. Senator Chris Van Hollen will be in Baltimore talking about an investment in the city's re-entry program for black women who've been in prison. That's happening today. He'll be at the Pivot. That's a local nonprofit that works to support formerly black women who've been in jail. According to Senator Hollen, about 70% of the women that go through the program are able to secure jobs. It's his hope, he says, a $900,000 grant will help them continue that work. We're off to a gloomy start this morning. Meteorologist Justin Chambers has when the fog will officially burn off, though. And Harford County Executive Barry Glassman joining us live right after the break on his campaign for comptroller. You see him speaking with Taylor right now, getting to know each other before that interview. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
In less than 2 weeks, Maryland will have a new comptroller for the first time in well over a decade. Current county executive of Harford County, Republican Barry Glassman, is vying for your vote. He's joining us live in studio this morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Now, I really want to get into how you view this role. You and your opponent have very different views of how you guys want to tackle the office of the comptroller. She's been vocal about gun violence and workers' rights, education, but you seem to have a more narrow or focused approach of this office. Please explain that.
Well, you know, the comptroller's office is really the CFO or the treasurer for the state of Maryland. And my view is a more traditional view, that you serve the taxpayers of Maryland to make sure their funds are spent wisely, that the pension fund is taken care of. So my opponent, I think, sees this as a more partisan platform for a lot of other issues, but it really boils down to protecting Democrats, Republicans, and independents to actually protect their tax dollars.
And I want to just ask that question again because your predecessor, a Democrat, has served the state for 4 terms, and some would argue that he's got a pretty good track record. What is your take from how he's run the office?
Well, I think quite clearly on my travels around the state, talk to small businesses, taxpayers that still think the level of customer service in the office could be improved. Number one, the digital platform, that cash management investments really needs to be upgraded. The regional offices need to be staffed better. So I think there's a lot of improvement on the technical side of that office to make sure they're delivering the best service to our taxpayers.
And speaking of service, I want to get into the pension fund. That's roughly $68 billion. Those are benefits for tens of thousands of retired teachers, state police, judges. How will you oversee that fund?
Well, I have a lot of experience in it. You know, I'm the last candidate statewide that has run a Maryland county that's delivered on 24 AAA bond ratings, managed our budget, balanced our budget, and we have 100% pension funded, and our OPEB obligations in the out years are fully funded. I would say that our highway workers, our teachers, our state workers expect their pension to be secure in the out years. And I would not really use the pension fund also as a partisan platform or politicize our investments to make sure that we're getting a good return for the dollar and that we protect all those folks that rely on that pension in the out years.
Thank you so much, Hartford County Executive Barry Glassman, running for Maryland Comptroller. Thank you for joining us here in office.
Good to be here.
Now, the other candidate vying for Comptroller is Brooke Learman. She's going to join us live here on Thursday. Be sure to check out your FOX45 voter guide for all of our reporting on the upcoming election, plus important dates to have on your calendar. Just go ahead and scan that QR code on your screen. It'll take you straight there. Or you can head over to foxbaltimore.com/vote2022.
All right, time to take a look at this. An update to an adorable addition at the Maryland Zoo. The Sitatunga calves exploring their outdoor yard for the very first time. It happened, Lizzie and Poppy wandering through their tall grass that they have there. In fact, we're told they played around. Peekaboo was their favorite game before racing around the entire enclosure there. So, some really cool images coming out of there. All right, well, now, you walked off, so we were nervous. But
those are great images. This is also a great image. The fact that we've got 1 through 5 on our amazing Apple Cider Donut Challenge 2022. This plate smells really good because they were cut. Do we have the shot of from the kitchen set? Yeah, those are some of the donuts. There are 5 different types. And look, our executive producer is amazing. Erin Miller went out over the weekend. She actually got a whole bunch of donuts from different places, and we're all trying them. And we were voting on them, and we're going to have the results coming up in the 9 o'clock hour. 2 by far is winning. The number 2 donut.
2. No, 3.
Tom, I'm just telling you, the voters over there, there's a lot of votes. Speaking of elections, a lot of votes for 2.
Just because you keep saying it doesn't mean it's true.
I'm just telling you it's in the... Yeah. Go look at it. The votes.
It's pretty good.
Okay. You can only vote once there, Justin.
I only voted once. I don't live in Chicago. So our Mile 1 Auto Group cap, they say vote early, vote often. That's the thing they used to say. Hey, do we have a shot of the smart board too, by the way? I don't know. I know I'm asking for a lot of stuff. This is the partial solar eclipse that is happening as we speak. This will actually get to about 82% coverage of the sun at about 11 o'clock Eastern time this morning. Now, not visible from the U.S. This is mainly in Europe and Asia, North Africa. That's where they are seeing that, but this is actually taking place right now. Thank you very much for popping that picture up. I love that. We will not see any kind of eclipse happening, and we won't even see the sun again today because we are socked in with all of that cloud cover. Look at the visibility right now. All of the yellow indicating a mile or less of visibility. That includes all the northern sections of Baltimore and Hartford counties, up into Cecil County, out toward the eastern shore. You're heading north on 95, trying to go up to Delaware or Philly this morning. Just be aware, we've got those low clouds there. And same thing for you in Carroll County, especially a lot of those back roads. The sun is now up, but it's not doing much when you have have a half mile or less of visibility. So those low clouds are right near the ground. Now, we're not tracking any rain. Our HD radar is all quiet. We actually have a ridge of high pressure that is going to be on top of us here, but we're stuck with that cloud cover over the next couple of hours. So on your Rise and Shine cast, enjoying some donuts and coffee with us this morning. Low to mid 60s, kind of a mild and muggy morning. Maybe a light rain jacket just in case you get into some of that drizzle later today. 64 at the Cross Street Market by 10 a.m. Upper 60s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. Again, cloudy skies for today, but really not tracking now rain. Tomorrow, we do have a chance of a couple of pop-up showers, but by Thursday and Friday, a lot of sunshine, drying out nicely as we approach the weekend. There it is, our witch on the right side of the screen there on Monday. We need a name for her. We've got Wanda, we've got Willamita, Juanita, something with a W, or it has to sound that way, I think, Tom. Don't you think? A W?
Sounds good. Wilma?
Yeah.
Wendy.
Wendy's not bad. All good.
Wendy.
All good. More voting continuing this morning.
All right, we'll stay informed there. Yeah, a lot of voting going on. One thing you want to vote on is not going southbound at all from Baltimore City to D.C. Look at all the red that's there. That's because of a 7-vehicle accident that happened before. Obviously, these cameras frozen right there. It looks better at Montgomery Road, the best that we've seen all morning long. Because earlier, while it's frozen now, everyone was just sitting there when it wasn't frozen. So southbound lanes, police were investigating. what happened there. 7 vehicles involved at least. We're still waiting to find out exactly what happened, and that caused some major backups southbound 95 out of Baltimore City.
A deal offered to a squeegee kid who's charged for shooting and killing a Baltimore driver. Well, that deal's off the table. A mistake from the city's state's attorney's office coming up.
President Biden making moves today to encourage Americans to get their COVID boosters. We'll tell you what he's doing, focusing on senior citizens, and from your annual flu and COVID shots to your daily shot.
It's time for a coffee break.
Oh, my arm. .55 and now on the path forward today, President Joe Biden will join the 20 million Americans who have gotten their updated COVID vaccine shots, the booster shots. A White House says the president will be getting the newest vaccines designed to combat COVID variants like the BA.4 and BA.5 Omicron subvariants. CDC says last week 4.5 million Americans were able to get these shots. That's the largest weekly increase since the fall vaccination push began. And Arundel County Executive Stuart Pittman will be addressing his county vaccine efforts today. He'll be joined by the county's health officer. It will be online at 11 o'clock. If you'd like to watch that, we have a link at foxbaltimore.com/newslinks. Here's the latest on Maryland's fight against this pandemic. 670 new positive tests have been reported in the last 24 hours. The state's positivity rate is down to 7.1%. Total of 449 people are in Maryland hospitals right now with the virus. Now, the state is also reporting 7 more deaths from COVID.
Parents Protesting violence in Baltimore County schools. Coming up, we are live with the rally. It's happening today.
There's major updates in the case of the 15-year-old squeegee kid accused of killing a man back in July. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, I'll have those latest details. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Morning News.
And we start off with the traffic issues that you're facing as soon as you head out the door if you're starting your morning commute. Look at all the red, especially south of Baltimore City right there. Now, you see the normal traffic on Parkville area, and that's on the outer loops north and northeast and northwest of Baltimore there. But it's the south part. See all those red indicators that just lit up right there? It looks like we have some slowdowns because of that 7-vehicle accident that happened on 95 southbound that caused everyone to go over to 295 or Route 1. So you're all backed up. It is slowly starting to move. They cleared out those 7-vehicle accident from earlier this morning. Well, thanks for waking up with us. Sorry to start you off with that, but when you step outside and you see the fog and the mist and you're just like, oh, you may want to just turn around and head back to bed. I'm Tom Rogers.
Good morning. I'm Taylor Stewart, but we're not going to let you. We're going to wake you up and start your day on a positive note here. But we're going to check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers. I don't know if he's a little grumpy yet today. What are you?
No, not at all. In fact, we're good. Hump Day Eve, guys, almost the middle of the week, and we've got Halloween right around the corner. Yeah. Excited about that. And even though we have the clouds that are out there and the fog, temperatures are actually not bad. It's not a cold, foggy morning. That's the good news. It's mainly kind of a mild and muggy morning. Looking out over Fed Hill, we still have some reduced visibility. This is happening through a large portion of the area. All the areas in yellow and orange, either a mile or a half mile or less of visibility. So it's definitely difficult to drive here this morning and just be out and about. That's why we've been talking about take a little extra time. Upper 50s and lower 60s for Westminster and Cockeysville to Bel Air, right about 60 in Baltimore City this hour. And over the next few hours, numbers will rise into the mid to upper 60s as we take you through the afternoon, even though we keep the cloud cover in place. High today of about 68 in Baltimore, 68 as well in Cockeysville, 67 in Annapolis. Numbers are slightly above average for this time of year. We'll take a closer look at what we can expect with the changing weather pattern as we head toward the end of the week. That's coming up in just a few.
All right, thank you, Justin. 8:01 now to a city in crisis. Major update to the case of a 15-year-old squeegee kid accused of shooting and killing a man in July.
Yeah, we're learning about a plea deal that was offered to that person in error. The state's attorney's office has since rescinded that offer.
Well, we are taking a deep dive into these new developments. In just a few minutes, we look at how this could impact future cases moving forward.
But first, we begin with a closer look at the latest mistake from the office. We're checking in with Olivia Dance. She's live downtown this morning with the details. Good morning, Olivia.
Good morning, Taylor. And back in July, the squeegee kid, who was only 14 years old at the time, is accused of shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds right here at the corner of Light and Conway Street. And now the state's attorney's office has rescinded a plea deal that was offered to the teen. That plea deal offered by a city prosecutor was 60 years in prison in exchange for a guilty plea. And for the attorneys representing the 15-year-old, it was an offer that they quickly refused.
Life suspended over 60 years. That's an outrageous offer given the facts of this case.
The city prosecutor had made the offer before a judge had decided whether the 15-year-old should be tried in adult or juvenile court. The state's attorney's office rescinding the offer altogether in a statement saying, quote, unfortunately, the attorney assigned to the case single-handedly and deliberately developed and conveyed an offer without the approval of supervisors, nor that of state's attorney Mosby, which is the normal homicide review protocol and process of our office, end quote. And now the defense team is raising questions about how the state's attorney's office is handling the rest of the case.
Is she rogue in her offers? Why is she not going through the proper channels before conveying an offer to the defense? What if we accepted that offer?
Certainly when the front office says that they had no inkling that this offer was going to be made and they didn't play a role in that offer, then there's something wrong with that process.
And the case will be back in court next month, where a judge will decide whether to keep the case in adult court or move it to juvenile court. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45 Morning News.
We spoke with former city prosecutor Dhruv Naja on how this could impact the case going forward.
I mean, I think what Ms. Mosby's office has done, whether it's this rogue prosecutor or the lack of supervision, has created an opportunity for the defense attorneys, who are both very savvy, to create a media firestorm around this. This is becoming a very popular tactic to try to litigate these cases in the public eye instead of in a courtroom. And Ms. Mosby's unforced error here has created an opportunity for them to do just that.
Fox 45 News seeing one after another of these vicious viral videos, fights happening all on Baltimore County Public School grounds.
And parents are coming together today, and they're definitely trying to make this message heard. They want something done about it. Shane Lilly live with us this morning on their...
Well, this shot pretty much tells the story this morning, as we are seeing a lot of that fog that is sticking around here still this hour. Now, again, we're not seeing a lot of rain, maybe just a little drizzle out there. Overall, still a bit wet on the roads and trails out for a run or a jog, but temperatures are mild. We're talking low to mid 60s and even upper 60s later today. Back with your full forecast coming up in just a few.
From the Live Center happening right now, WNBA star Brittany Griner is appealing to a Russian court to try to get her 9-year sentence lowered for drug possession. Now, that two-time Olympic gold medalist has been in custody for almost 8 months now after Russian police found cannabis oil in her luggage. Griner says she packed that accidentally. A live look now over the White House, where the Biden administration says they've yet to receive a productive response to a proposed prisoner swap from the Kremlin. Secretary of State Anthony Blinken revealing publicly in July that Washington had made a proposal to get Griner home in exchange for Victor Bout. He's a Russian arms dealer who's serving a 25-year sentence in the U.S. He once earned the nickname Merchant of Death. Now, a successful appeal very unlikely in Griner's case, but the White House continues its efforts for a potential prisoner swap. That's the latest here from the Live Center. We're just under a week away from Halloween. Coming up, how you can see your kids safe this spooky season. Pressure mounting on Elon Musk to buy Twitter. Still ahead to come, the deadline he's up against before a trial is in question. You're watching Fox 45 Morning News, all local, all morning. Alrighty, Baltimore leaders celebrating some big renovations at two key downtown landmarks. They're hoping the upgrades will help draw in visitors and boost the economy. Ravens legend Ray Lewis and music star Pharrell Williams there as developers announced the new name of the Baltimore Arena. The venue will now be known as CFG Bank Arena. The developer, an Oakview Group, is renovating the area at a total of $150 million.
The CFG Bank Arena is built on a vision to do something extraordinary for the city of Baltimore.
This is going to change things. There's a lot of energy here now. There's a lot of business here now, and there's a lot of opportunity here now. But you wait and see what's going to happen over the next 3 to 4 years.
The renovations will expand seating and upgrade the lighting. The exterior of the building will be redesigned with all new glass and sails. It's set to open in February of next year, and some of the first acts, Bruce Springsteen there in April, and Blink 182 coming in May. Also a big step towards the reopening of the Lexington market. The market held a soft launch Monday, opening some of the first businesses that will operate in the new facility. It cost about $45 million to rebuild and renovate. The city is hoping the investment will help attract visitors and help with the crime and the drug issues they've been having in the area. That soft launch continues each day this week from 8 a.m. till 5 p.m. All right, get this. An 8-year-old from Colorado is living up to his middle name. Sam Adventure Baker was born into a family of climbers, you don't say. He now hopes to be the youngest person to climb to the summit of El Capitan in California.
I'm most excited to climb with Daddy.
It's going to be basically 4 days of hanging from your fingers or hanging from your anchors. Basically, there's very few ledges. And so, we're going to have to bring up portal ledges, which are like nylon cots that you hang on the side of the wall. And it's just a big adventure, a big family adventure.
Well, besides climbing with his father, Sam's a pretty normal 8-year-old kid. He's excited about eating lasagna and hanging in a hammock 10,000s of feet in the air. El Capitan, Yosemite National Park's iconic vertical rock formation. According to the park site, it's 2.5 times as tall as the Empire State Building. It's a spooky season, and many of you have been sending us your spooky spirit photos. Let's check this out from Jenna. This picture of her puppy, Star. Oh my gosh, turning 1 year old on Friday. Happy early birthday, Star. And his bandana might be right, but he's not looking too fond of his costume there at all. This is Cinda. Janet sent us this picture saying, this pup loves making people happy. And Louis from Lily says he's all ready to take on Halloween. Oh my gosh, look, is he painted or is that really just a black cat with some white mark? We'll find out, I guess. We want to see everyone's pictures and Halloween spirit, your decorations and costumes. Go ahead and send them to us on our Chime In app. You might see them here on air or online. Just head over to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. All right, let's check in with meteorologist Justin Chambers for the first, well, not your first look, because you really can't see much out there, Justin. It's still really foggy.
Visibility has been reduced in certain areas, yeah, Taylor, and we're still getting a lot of great pet pics, Halloween pet pics, so keep sending those to me or do the Chime In thing as well, and we'll put more of those pets that are dressed up for Halloween, which is now just 6 days away. Charm City tank shot, yeah, not looking too bad. You can see 95 there. You can see the Patapsco, but we definitely have reduced visibility. 60 degrees your current temperature, dew point at 58 degrees. So when those numbers are close, typically that means we've got a lot of moisture in the atmosphere. And look at this. A lot of the orange areas now, that's a half mile or less of visibility. That's an area that extends north of Cockeysville across northern Baltimore, Harford, and Cecil counties out through Carroll County as well. This is where we've seen the thickest fog that's been hanging around this morning. That means if you're heading north on 95 and trying to head out of state up into Delaware or Pennsylvania today, just know you're going to run into more of that fog. Even though we are now in the morning and the sun is now up, we'll try to burn off some of that fog, but we're just kind of stuck in the middle here. We've got a ridge of high pressure to the south. That's the clockwise flow, so that goes around in a clockwise fashion. Then that area of low pressure here, which is just kind of on the bottom right corner of your screen, that's an area of low pressure, so it's counterclockwise, and that's what's helping to kind of shove all of this moisture and all this cloud cover right into our area here in the mid-Atlantic. So we're going to keep the clouds around for today. Temperatures are really not that bad. We're in the lower 60s now. Even for lunchtime, we'll see the mid-60s there, right around Brewers Hill. And we'll keep those temperatures climbing into the mid and upper 60s in that 2 and 3 o'clock hour for this afternoon. In fact, some of these numbers are still going to be above average, even despite the cloud cover, with upper 60s for you across Carroll and Baltimore counties for this afternoon. Up and down the 95 corridor, keeping those upper 60s for New York and Philly down through Baltimore and D.C. But look how much warmer it is just to the west. Pittsburgh, Columbus, Charleston, West Virginia, other side of the mountains, even western Maryland, a lot more sunshine and warmer conditions. We're going to see the warmer numbers tomorrow as well, especially as that cold front, our next weather maker, makes its way in. So we'll have the clouds around again tomorrow as the front passes through tomorrow afternoon. Maybe a stray shower or two. Looking pretty dry right now, so we're not talking about a lot of rain. Finally, by Thursday and Friday, you'll see improving conditions, a lot more sunshine, and very nice fall afternoons right around the corner. As I mentioned, 6 days away from Halloween, Veterans Day in just 17 days, 30 days from Thanksgiving, and 61 days from Christmas. And if you're keeping track at home for that time change, it's in 12 days. So it's not this upcoming Sunday morning, but the following, where we fall back. We've got your 7-day forecast here. Upper 60s Thursday, low to mid 60s Friday and Saturday, cooler behind the cold front, but then those temps moderate into the mid 60s for Halloween weekend, and including Halloween, which does show a few showers right now, at least during the day for you're getting ready to trick or treat. Time to take a look at a view through your window. This is sent in from Jessica in Westminster. Beautiful shot there of the sunset. I love all these great pics, and we'd love to see yours. Just go to foxbaltimore.com. foxbaltimore.com/chime-in. Take a picture of that squiggly thing right there on your screen, the view through your window. Taylor?
All righty. Elon Musk has until Friday to close his deal to buy Twitter. In April, the Tesla CEO agreed to buy Twitter for $44 billion, but a delay in the trial has left both sides in limbo. Musk previously said he had concerns about the number of bots on the social media platform. Twitter sued Musk in an effort to try to get him to close that deal, but now he's got until 5 o'clock on Friday to finish it, or this issue heads to trial.
We're at the Peel Museum this morning, this beautiful Guardians exhibition. We'll talk to the creators next on Fox 45.
A global real estate service firm is naming Aldi as the fastest growing grocery store chain. How the German-based grocery store is dominating the industry. And now it's time for a cup of coffee. Already topping your morning business report, shares of Tesla falling by nearly 4% after the company slashed prices for its starting model in China. Last week, Tesla CEO Elon Musk said there was a recession of sorts underway in the country, but he expects Tesla to be recession resilient. Apple is raising prices for its TV and music streaming services. A monthly subscription to Apple Music will now cost $10.99. That's $1 more than the current price. Apple TV will cost you $2 more at $6.99 a month. And annual subscription prices are also going up. TikTok is denying a report that alleges its parent company planned to track the location of some American users. The social media app pushed back on a report by Forbes magazine. A TikTok spokesperson says it collects approximate locations to show users relevant content and ads, and that it complies with the law. Forbes says it stands by its reporting. Aldi named the fastest growing grocery chain in the country. That's according to Jones Lang LaSalle, a global real estate investment firm. The German-based grocery chain is the fastest growing for the third year in a row. Aldi's gained 1 million new customers last year, with existing stores seeing double-digit growth. The chain is known for its low prices on staple items like milk, eggs, and bread, and it utilizes private labels. Aldi's store brand label accounts for 90% of its sales. plant-based company behind Beyond Meat is launching a Beyond Steak line. It will be sold at the grocery store chains nationwide as well as Walmart. The company says the steak tips will contain 21 milligrams of other protein servings with no cholesterol. The Beyond Steak comes frozen. All right, as those roads get busy again this holiday season, Nick DeDronis is here with a must-have tool any traveler needs in today's America's Steals or Deals.
The following segment is sponsored by Knocking.
Many of us will be doing a lot of driving during this holiday season, and when I head out on the road, I want to know that me and my family are going to get to our destination safely. So when we go, I've got the Jump Smart in the glove compartment. This compact 10-in-1 tool can instantly jumpstart your car, truck, even a motorcycle. And look, I understand getting under the hood can be a little scary for some, but the Jump Smart can fix that dead battery and get you back on the road in just 3 easy steps. Just plug in the jumpers, red to red, black to black, and start your car. It's that easy. If you do it wrong, it just beeps. No sparks, no danger, no drama, no worry. And listen, we've all seen the news footage of hurricanes, wildfires, floods. If you ever lose power, you can charge your phone for up to 48 hours of talk time so you can stay connected. If you get stranded, it's got a flashlight and strobe lights and so many other emergency features. I put one in my wife's car for her peace of mind, and guess what? My 2 daughters are getting one for Christmas too. As parents, there's nothing we want more than for our kids to be safe on the road. It's a must-have tool for everyone in your family, and it's the most thoughtful thing you can buy for the most important people in your life. Today, we're offering 29% off Jump Smart, including this new hot pink that my daughters are going to love. Go to asadeals.com for this exclusive offer.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Just about 9 o'clock on this Tuesday, October 25th. Thanks for joining us. I'm Tom Rogers.
I'm Taylor Stewart, and it is a foggy Tuesday, but I'm hoping we'll see some warmer temperatures later in the day. Meteorologist Justin Chambers with a look at your forecast.
Numbers are not going to be too bad. We're talking mid to upper 60s later this afternoon, even with the cloud cover. Also, a little bit later this hour, the Amazing Apple Cider Donut Challenge 2022. We're going to reveal all of the donuts and where they're from and the winner as well. So stay tuned for that. You can see the cloud cover right there and the foggy conditions with that visibility that has been greatly reduced, about a half mile or less. So that is right down to the ground. And you can see all of that orange area. That includes northern Carroll, Baltimore counties, most of Harford County, over to Cecil County as well, even creeping into areas across the bay in parts of the eastern shore. 50s and 60s, your temperatures as you step out this hour. And those numbers are going to stay mainly in the 60s over the next few hours, with a high in the upper 60s this afternoon. We'll have a closer look at that forecast and the weekend, which has some improving conditions just in time for Halloween weekend. We'll break that down coming up. Tom?
All right, and thank you, Justin. Now to your Len Stoller Traffic Network here, and the map again red. You see that 95. This time it's northbound, right between the Beltway though and 95 heading into the city. There's an accident there all morning long. We've been dealing with that issue. 95 southbound, that's cleared up. Now northbound going into the city. 95 right after you get off the inner loop. You're going to have a slowdown there because of a multi-vehicle accident that's now on the right-hand shoulder. Well, now to a city in crisis. Major update to the case of a 15-year-old squeegee kid accused of shooting and killing a man in July.
That's right. We're learning more about a plea deal that was offered to him in error. The city state attorney's office has since rescinded that offer.
Now, Olivia Dance is joining us live from downtown this morning with more details about this case. Olivia.
Well, Taylor and Tom, back in July, the squeegee kid, who was only 14 years old at the time, is accused of shooting and killing Timothy Reynolds right here at the corner of Light and Conway Streets. And now the state's attorney's office has rescinded a plea deal that was offered to the teen. That plea deal, offered by a city prosecutor, was 60 years in prison in exchange for a guilty plea. And for the attorneys representing the 15-year-old, it was an offer that they quickly refused.
Life suspended all but 60 years. That's an outrageous offer given the facts of this case.
The city prosecutor had made the offer before a judge had decided whether the 15-year-old should be tried in adult or juvenile court. The state's attorney's office rescinding the offer altogether in a statement saying, quote, unfortunately, the attorney assigned to the case single-handedly and deliberately developed and conveyed an offer without the approval of supervisors nor that of state's attorney Mosby, which is the normal homicide review protocol and process of our office, end quote. And now the defense team is raising questions about how the state's attorney's office is handling the rest of the case.
Is she rogue in her offers? Why is she not going through the proper channels before conveying an offer to the defense? What if we accepted that offer?
Certainly when the front office says that they had no inkling that this offer was going to be made and they didn't play a role in that offer, then there's something wrong with that process.
And the case will be back in court next month, where a judge will decide whether to keep the case in adult court or move it to juvenile court. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Former city prosecutor Thuru Vignaraja weighing in on what this means for the case going forward and how this case is being handled internally.
The state's attorney was roundly defeated at the election. We know she's facing a federal trial. We know that half, maybe 3/4 of office have basically quit. I think we all hoped, including her opponents, that she would leave with some measure of dignity. But these last couple of weeks have just been a colossal, chaotic mess. And this is one more example of it being very clear that there's no one steering the ship.
When it comes to squeegee kids, though, there are laws that are in place that can be used to keep the squeegee kids out of intersections, but Mayor Brandon Scott has repeatedly said he will not enforce them. The mayor says squeegee kids are panhandling, which is protected speech. City's likely next city state's attorney disagrees, though.
I understand, however, on the law, I disagree. To me, there's a difference of panhandling, holding a sign very quietly in an area, not going in and out of traffic.
Right.
Going in and out of traffic is an action. Therefore, I believe that action is illegal.
Well, Fox 45 News sent questions to Mayor Scott's office last week asking, does Mayor Scott agree with Ivan Bates on enforcing low-level offenses? And will Mayor Scott allow BPD to enforce the squeegee-related laws that are on the books? The mayor's team has not answered our questions. Happening today, Howard County Executive Calvin Ball is going to announce what he's calling a transformational funding for Howard County Community College students. Ball will be talking about $3.5 million in scholarships. He'll be joined by the president of Howard County Community College. The county executive says this scholarship will help students bounce back after suffering learning loss due to the pandemic. Maryland U.S. Senator Chris Van Hollen will be in Baltimore this afternoon talking about an investment in the city's re-entry program for black women who have been to prison. He'll be at Pivot. That's a local nonprofit that works to support women who are ex-convicts. Now, according to Senator Holland, about 70% of the women who go through that program are able to land jobs. It's his hope a $900,000 grant will help them continue that work. You can get the latest on these stories throughout the day with the free WBFF mobile app. Just search WBFF in your app store. The app is free for downloads to your smart devices. 9:05, 2 weeks out to the midterm elections, Democrats are bringing in their heaviest hitters to try and lock down some of the most competitive races in our country.
That's right. National correspondent Kayla Gaskins joining us live from Washington. Kayla, who are Democrats calling in?
Well, they're bringing in none other than President Biden and former President Barack Obama. The pair is reportedly heading to Pennsylvania to campaign with the Democratic nominees for governor and Senate there. The powerful duo will head to Philadelphia and Pittsburgh on November 5th for a final push before Election Day. Democrat Lieutenant Governor John Fetterman is locked in a tight race right now with Republican Dr. Mehmet Oz for a Senate seat, and that race is getting tighter and tighter. Now, the governor's race is looking a lot more favorable to Democrats, with Attorney General Josh Shapiro currently with a lead over Republican Doug Mastriano. And the Keystone State was important to Biden's 2020 victory. He flipped the state from red to blue. President Biden avoiding appearances in states where he's a little less popular, like Arizona and Nevada. Obama announcing he will make campaign visits to Atlanta, Detroit, and Milwaukee. And with 2 weeks until the midterms, Biden has yet to headline a big political rally. This is notable because in comparison, Trump has fronted 26 such rallies and Obama has held 14.
All right, well, Kayla, there's another really weird, interesting story. U.S. Department of Justice just announcing charges for 13 alleged Chinese spies and citizens. These individuals, though, are they accused of working on behalf of China to undermine the U.S.?
Yeah, so these charges by the U.S. government are against Chinese nationals, and they involve 3 separate cases. So 10 of the 13 people charged are considered Chinese spies by the American government. This is according to Attorney General Merrick Garland. In one case, Chinese intelligence officers attempted to recruit a U.S. agent to get information on a United States case about a Chinese state-owned tech company. That person was actually already working for the FBI. Garland calling this move a flagrant violation of international law. Other cases involve a high-pressure campaign on U.S.-based Chinese citizens who have been critical of the Chinese Communist Party. This involves threats and harassment to get these U.S. residents that are actually Chinese citizens to return to China. Garland saying that these are attempts by the Chinese to project their authoritarian view around the world, even within the borders of the United States. These charges are pretty serious. They carry a maximum of 5 years in prison and a fine of up to $250,000.
Yeah, it's like something out of a spy book. All right, thank you, Kayla Gaskins, national correspondent out of D.C. We appreciate it. Well, now, if a government official knows a ruling is coming that will positively affect a particular company and uses that insider information to buy stock in the company, 79% of voters say he or she should be fired. Scott Rasmussen National Survey finds 2/3 think the official should be arrested. Survey also shows a large majority say that it's likely a government official who knows of such ruling would choose to engage in insider trading.
Alrighty, coming up on 9:08 right now, it is so Baltimore. The Peel Museum is recognizing and celebrating the women leaders across the city of Baltimore.
This new documentary and photo-telling exhibit will be open to the public starting tomorrow, but before then...
Sneak peek.
Yes, Be More lifestyle host Mark Clark downtown with that sneak peek.
That's right, guys. Whitney Frazier, this is your vision. You made this all happen. Talk to us about it.
Yeah, I created the Guardians Project to highlight the work and stories of Black female leaders from across Baltimore City who spend their lives fighting for a better Baltimore.
Wow.
And I worked with my collaborator, Kirby Griffin, a photographer right here.
The Kirby, amazing images, man. I expected you to be an old guy, man. You got an amazing vision for a young person. Talk to us about it. You're from Baltimore. Talk to us about your photography.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm from West Baltimore, and I focus primarily on the culture and the texture of Baltimore through and through. So working on the Guardians Project essentially was me highlighting my moms, me highlighting my grandmother, my aunts, my sisters, my aunts. It's coming from a perspective of love, and it's coming from a perspective of power.
It looks like that. It's amazing. And tomorrow it's going down, right?
Yeah, we're going to have a party to celebrate these women. We have 25 Guardians come out, hear their stories, and we'll be at the Peel from 5 to 7:30.
It's going down, guys. Again, a beautiful exhibit. It's going to be a great time. So I'm going to try to make it out tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah. All right. Thank you, Mark. We appreciate the preview all morning long. If you'd like some more information about this event, you can head over to our website, foxbaltimore.com/newslinks.
It is always a good time to lace up your sneakers and grab your furry friends. But this weekend, there's a special event just for you. We're counting down to this year's Barktoberfest.
And for one night only, you can celebrate Smokey Robinson. Details about the unique event coming to Baltimore, that's coming up next. And it's coming to our state. I wouldn't say Baltimore. 9:10 is the time. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. 9:13, and let me tell you what's happening. For one night only, a salute for the legacy of one of the most prolific singer-songwriters in pop music history. Smokey and Me, a celebration of Smokey Robinson, coming to the Weinberg Center in Frederick for the arts this weekend. Tony-nominated Broadway star Charles Brown is joining us to share more about this show. Charles, thanks again for joining us.
Thank you for having me. It's a pleasure to be here.
Yeah, well, we need to talk about this, though. You got the chance to play Smokey Robinson, a Motown musical on Broadway. So, and you were nominated right there. So how was it? How did that come about?
So, you know, I just auditioned like I do all the time here as an actor in New York City. And lo and behold, the perfect timing for the perfect part came up. And I went in. Mr. Berry Gordy himself was in my audition room. And I got to sing You Really Got a Hold on Me. And I put on my Smokey voice and I did my Smokey thing. And he said, boy, I really do hope you can sing. And I could. So it worked out.
Oh, that's perfect. I mean, like, what song, though, and how early? Because you start listening to Smokey Robinson, and it's like, oh, we hear him in commercials. You hear him, even if you don't know, in grocery store, everywhere. He's everywhere. So even if you're like, I don't know about Smokey Robinson, you've heard his songs.
Yeah, and the thing is, too, he also wrote lots of songs for the Temptations and other acts, which people don't realize as well. He's not only a great performer, and he was the lead singer of the Miracles, but he wrote for other groups at Motown, and he was the first songwriter at Motown, and their song Shop Around is actually what put Motown Records on the map. So he really built it from the beginning with Mr. Berry Gordy, who was our producer and our book writer for Motown the Musical.
We're watching the video right there of some of the performance that you've been doing as you've been traveling around the country here. So you're coming to Frederick this Sunday night at 7:30. But when you start looking at all the songs, how do you keep it so that Charles Brown is kind of in there? Because you can't be exactly like Smokey because you're not him, but you can still deliver it. How do you do that?
Well, see, that's where the and me portion of our title comes in. So the first act is all Smokey songs that he wrote and or performed. And in the second act, I kind of take people on my personal journey to making it to Broadway. So there's some other Broadway tunes. I had the pleasure of being in Jersey Boys on Broadway. So I sing a Frankie Valli tune. Yeah. I sing some Broadway songs. So I hit them with the Smokey tune so they know and love me already by the first act. And by the second act, they're ready to listen to my story. And so I bring them some of the stuff from my background.
All right, everything we're watching, you're moving the whole time. You've got to be in amazing shape.
Oh, yeah. I work out every single day. So that's actually my warm up for the show.
Oh, my goodness. Yeah. All right, Charles Brown. So first question then. What's your favorite song to perform? It doesn't have to be Smokey Robinson. What's your favorite one, though?
Oh, my favorite one to perform is You Really Got a Hold on Me. Yeah. We take you back to a moment in Motown the Musical. I don't want to give too much away for the people who might be coming to see me at the Weinberg Center, but it's a very dramatic moment in the way it's staged in Motown the Musical. And so it starts off slow and slowly builds, and it's one of my favorite songs. And it's the first time I remember seeing Smokey Robinson on Sesame Street when I was a little boy. So it has that memory. He was singing with the giant letter U that was trying to get a hold on him.
That's amazing. Isn't that amazing how just that image when you were younger stuck there and now you get to perform and be him? I mean, that's incredible. Yeah. Charles Brown, thank you so much. My favorite song, My Girl, I started singing that when we had our daughter.
Oh,
so it's
I do that one too.
Oh, there's so many of them. I know, they're rapping us
many
right now. But, all right, Weinberg Center, Sunday night, 7:30. They can get tickets right now and come see you. Charles Brown, thank you so much. Look forward to your performance.
Thank you for having me.
Sure.
And maybe people will get lucky and have some good weather this weekend.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Driving out to Frederick or in the Baltimore region here, heading out there. It's a great venue to be traveling to. Meteorologist Justin Chambers, while you're driving out 70 this weekend, fall foliage, my goodness.
Just take a good look at my face. Isn't that it?
Yeah, that's one.
Wasn't that it?
Yeah.
All right.
You nailed it.
Lost me.
No.
You don't like that?
I've got sunshine.
See?
Tracks of my tears.
Cruising. I mean, there's so many of them.
So many good songs. Yeah. Let's take a look outside right now. What are we, 30 minutes away from the amazing Apple Cider Donut Challenge 2022. So we're going to find out where all of those wonderful donuts are from. There's a lot of great things. Tom was mentioning the fall foliage. We've been seeing all your great pictures coming in on our Chime In section of our website or on the app. And there are a lot of awesome colors bursting right now. I know it's tough to see. We've got the clouds around, the sun trying to struggle and break through some of that cloud cover. But let me tell you, I mean, we've got orange and yellows on the trees, but also orange and yellow here on the visibility map. The orange indicating a half mile or less of visibility. So still very low clouds there, especially in northern Baltimore County. The biggest thing you got to pay attention to is if you're going to be heading out on 83 or 95 and going north, you've got to watch out for those cars in front of you, and you could not even possibly see that car in front of you with a lot of the cloud cover that's around. Now, overall, we're not tracking rain, so that's good. Our next weather maker is well to the west of us. That's going to bring some showers potentially by tomorrow afternoon, but finally some better weather in terms of more sunshine as we head toward the end of the week. If you do want to get out there and hit the links today, maybe just hit a bucket of balls under the canopy over Pine Ridge or wherever you might be hitting some balls. 66 by noon, upper 60s into that 2 and 3 o'clock hour. And yeah, our numbers are actually going to be pretty nice. In fact, mid to upper 60s. We'd love to have that nice sunshine, but just not going to be the case today. You do have to go west to get that sun, where you can see some of those 70s for Pittsburgh and Charleston, down through Roanoke, even 70 in Cumberland this afternoon. And yeah, pilots, definitely not a good day to be up there in the clouds, not messing around with that. We had some low IFR and still IFR throughout most of the day. We may get some MVFR a little bit later, marginal visual flight rules. You can see the cloud cover here on our future scan, and look at how clear it is, as I mentioned, just to the west of us. Now, tomorrow, that front is going to be coming in. As that pushes through, we'll have warmer temperatures ahead of the cold front, and then the potential does exist for a few showers by tomorrow afternoon. But look at that, Thursday, all of those clouds are out of here. More sunshine, very nice fall weather into both Thursday and Friday as we head toward the weekend. Shout out to Jamie Holt sending in more of our Halloween pet pics. That is Remy the dog with the dog owner dressed as a dog, or at least the dog face. I like that. So keep them coming. JC Chambers at foxbaltimore.com. I see a doggy right over there. We're talking about Barktoberfest. So 70 tomorrow, upper 60s on Thursday, low to mid 60s into Friday and Saturday. And then as we head toward Halloween, which is now on the 7-day there, that is Wanda or Wilhelmina or Juanita or Willow or whatever we're going to call her. We'll come up with a name probably by tomorrow. Either way, we do have the chance for some rain showers by the time we get into the first half of Monday. Back to you.
Baltimore County parents protesting today. What they're fighting for.
Oh, but first, let's get back over. Yeah, this is Gucci right here. It's time for your pets to celebrate. So bring over your pets and take a look at this star that's right there. And I believe Gucci eats everything, right? In front, everything. Not. All right, yeah, not one stack that he hasn't liked yet or consumed. This year's Barktober Festival is coming up right after the break. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. Good dog, Gucci. Oh, good dog.
Fox 45 News, winner of 17 2022 Regional Emmy Awards, more than all other Baltimore news stations combined.
All right, it's time to lace up your sneakers and grab your furry friends and the costume for the annual Barkstober Festival. It's happening this weekend. Director of Community Engagement Bailey Deacon is here with more about the event. She's also brought us a friend, Gucci. Gucci here in the house as well. So let's talk about Barktober. What are we seeing this year? What's going on?
So this is our 18th annual festival. We were virtual the last 2 years, and we're so excited to get back to Patterson Park because aside from Barktoberfest being a huge fundraiser for us, it's an amazing day in the park for people to come and celebrate pets, celebrate Baltimore, and celebrate Barks. And kicks off with a 5K, and then there's a huge festival afterwards with a little bit of something for everybody.
Yeah. And so let's talk about something for everyone. During the break, you were telling me you could do yoga with your dog. There's a costume contest. Get into some of that.
Yeah, so our Halloween costume contest, I always say it's pretty cutthroat. It's a great show, whether you participate or not, because we have some of the best pet and human costumes come out for it. We have yoga with your dog, which actually is more of a comedy show, I like to tell people. It's pretty silly, but it's a great time. We have trick-or-treating for kids, and then we have a huge all-day bark and beer garden where you can bring your dog into the beer garden. We have dog beer, we have human beer, and it's a really great day. There's a lot to do.
So you can bring your furry friend, your kids, your family, and come out this weekend, Patterson Park as well?
Yes, and they're supposed to have great weather, which is good.
Okay, we're looking forward to that. And so thank you, Gucci, for joining us. He's one of the dogs that you guys are hoping to help support as well, right?
Yep, so we picked Gucci up from the shelter this morning, brought her here. You know, that is what Barkstoberfest is all about. We ask people to raise or donate $50 to join us, and we do that because animals like Gucci, you know, she's been in our shelter for a few weeks. She's had medical issues. She's waiting for her forever home, and that is not inexpensive. And we take in 10,000 animals at Barks and need the funding. So that's what we do Barkstoberfest for. And we're just asking everybody to, you know, before you come, either raise $50 or donate. Our website integrates perfectly with Facebook, so it's so easy to do, and yeah, helps us save lives.
Absolutely. And so you can come out, you can have fun, you can also give back to your community. This is happening this weekend. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you.
And thank you, Gucci.
Let's get Gucci adopted.
Parents protesting violence in public schools. They're live right now with the fight from Baltimore County as parents demand change today.
Concerns about ongoing crime in Baltimore. City leaders' promises haven't been kept. I'm Olivia Danson. Coming up next, we'll take a closer look at what's being done to reduce the violence.
Live from WBFF in Baltimore, this is Fox 45 Good Day Baltimore.
Happy Hump Day Eve.
You're excited about that?
I'm taking that one. I like that. It's Tuesday, October 25th. I'm Taylor Stewart.
I'm Tom Rogers, and we have Megan Gillen and Patrice Sanders off today, but we have meteorologist Justin Chambers getting us all warmed up looking at the forecast.
I have so much energy from all that apple cider donut action. Woo!
10 minutes, right? 10 minutes?
I think it's 10 minutes away. We're going to find out.
Blind taste test.
Yes, blind taste test coming up. We will not be blind anymore. Blinders will be off. All right, taking a look outside right now. Good morning to all of you. Yeah, I love that HDE is catching on with the new girls. That's beautiful. So our Mile 1 Auto Group Cam, a lot of those low clouds still hanging around, and we still have to deal with at least some patchy drizzle throughout the day today. Again, not going to rain. Similar to yesterday, our numbers are going to be mild. We're looking at upper 50s and lower 60s throughout the state right now, and low to mid 60s in the next couple of hours. If you're out for a run or a jog, you can definitely enjoy that. Now, we'll top out at 68 today, actually getting close to 70 tomorrow. We do have some more rain showers to deal with by tomorrow afternoon, but then a lot more sunshine and drier conditions on Thursday. Really looking forward to the end of this week because it's going to be nice. We'll take a closer look at that improving forecast coming up. And Tom, I know earlier that roads were just not good at all, but they have improved a little bit.
They have a lot.
Okay,
You're
good.
right. Exactly. Following the weather trend right there. Lens Solar Traffic Network taking a look at your drive times in the yellow. Add another 7 minutes to your commute from 795 to 95. 1 minute, though, if you're coming in from 95 to 83. Now to a city in crisis. Concerns this morning about crime as Baltimore City sees some major new developments. The newly renovated Lexington Market now open while renovations to Baltimore Arena are underway. It now has a new name, the CFG Bank Arena. It's been known, though, as Royal Farms Arena since 2014.
But following another violent weekend in Baltimore, some people are concerned that crime could keep people away.
Well, Olivia Dance is joining us live this morning from downtown Baltimore with a closer look at the most recent deadly crime and the impacts it could have on the city. Olivia.
Well, Taylor and Tom, October has been a particularly violent month in Baltimore, and tomorrow city leaders are meeting to discuss quarterly crime statistics, but there's really no end in sight, as at least 11 people were shot from Friday through Sunday, and 3 of those victims were killed. Now, city leaders have promised to reduce the crime. In fact, you may remember back in 2020, Mayor Scott pledged to reduce homicides. Take a listen.
I will aim to reduce homicides by 15% each year in my term.
However, that hasn't happened as homicides and non-fatal shootings remain up compared to this time last year. Through Vignaraja, a former federal prosecutor who also ran for mayor, addressing Mayor Scott's missed campaign mark.
When you make a pledge on the campaign trail, you're supposed to honor it. You're supposed to be held accountable. It's the measuring stick that is supposed to be used to evaluate whether you're doing well or not.
Mayor Scott defends his strategy, though, and Baltimore police say they continue to make arrests, detailing they made 70 arrests over the weekend, including a homicide arrest. And the meeting is at 1 tomorrow between Baltimore police and city leaders. And Fox 45 News will be monitoring it to see if they come up with any solutions to reduce the violence. For now, reporting live in Baltimore, I'm Olivia Dance, Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore.
Monday's Your Voice, Your Future town hall sparked conversation about the plight of young people here in Baltimore. Political commentator Armstrong Williams hosted the discussion focused on the relationship between education and crime.
So growing up, discipline and boundaries were essential.
Oh, yeah.
Authority established the boundaries. And when you breach those boundaries, there were consequences. That doesn't exist anymore. If young folk do not have an authority in the home that they come out of, that they regard and revere, there will be no authority outside of that home that they will respect.
The Baltimore City school system gets probably more money per pupil than most places in the United States. How does this continue?
Because the education system is not there to benefit the student. It's there to benefit the teachers and the administrators.
Fox 45 News seeing one after another of these vicious viral videos. Fights happening right on Baltimore County Public School grounds.
Well, parents are coming together today to do something about it. Shannon Lee joins us with their plans.
Yeah, today parents are saying enough is enough. They want an end to this violence that they continue to see in their children's schools. And that's why they're meeting right here at the Board of Education building a little bit later on today for a rally. We have a look at the details right here. The rally being hosted by the Baltimore County Parent and Student Coalition. It's set for 5:30 p.m. In a notice sent out by the coalition, they say, quote, fear has no place in our schools. And then they go on to say the effects of school violence on students are both physical and psychological in nature. They range from injury to depression and contemplating suicide. School violence can also impact learning. Students who experience fear at school are likely to have difficulty concentrating on their education. Well, the coalition says their goal today is to allow parents, students, and staff the opportunity to speak out about the rising violence in schools and how it's impacting both students and staff, and to provide parents with information about available resources if their child is being bullied in school. Now, we have reached out to the district repeatedly on this issue. We want to pull up a statement they sent us earlier this month that reads in part, quote, any behavior that creates a hostile school environment, disrupts learning and school activities, or negatively interferes with the student's academic, psychological, social, or physical well-being will not be tolerated. And they are encouraging anyone who notices this behavior to reach out immediately to school administrators. Reporting in Baltimore County, I'm Shannon Lilly, Fox 45 News. Good day, Baltimore.
All right, thank you, Shannon. Violence has plagued Maryland public schools since the beginning of this school year, especially in Baltimore County. In fact, right here at Towson High School, 2 women came forward with Snapchat video of a fight between 3 girls. There were several incidents at Perry Hall High School, too. We blurred them out for identity's sake, and a parent sent us this video of what they say is her daughter getting beat up. Another video that we blurred shows a girl wielding a bat. You can make that out. And her family claims that she was just trying to protect herself from bullies. They say this happened right in front of school administrators. That school also had to be on lockdown after police broke up a fight right behind Perry Hall High School. A student had to be taken to the hospital, and all after-school activities were canceled. Now, this brings us to our question of the day, though. Will the performance of public schools affect the way that you vote in 2 weeks here, November 8th. So far, 55% of those who have voted say no. We want to hear from you. You can still weigh in by heading to foxbaltimore.com/vote.
All right, coming up, we're trying out the best cider donuts in our area. Does your favorite rank on our top list? Keep watching to find out from our very, very, very scientific poll.
Oh, yeah, very scientific. Apple cider donuts. Another foggy start to your morning, though. Clouds this afternoon. Meteorologist Justin Chambers not only has been eating some apple cider donuts, though, he's bringing us some good news about the sun. 9:37 is the time.
All right, happening now. Halloween is quickly approaching, and we want to see all of your decorations and costumes. Jenna sent us this picture of her puppy Star, who's turning 1 on Friday. Happy early birthday, Star. And this is their Halloween costume. She's right on their bib. All right, Jenna also sending us, oh, wow, she's really getting in the spooky spirit here. This is her house, all decked out in spooky decorations. So from the dog to the house, Jenna, you are overachieving. You can also share your stunning pictures of the fall foliage. Go ahead and send us your photos and video. You might see them right here on air, or just head over to foxbaltimore.com/chime-in.
9:40 now, and in your morning rush, city leaders hope big renovations can help draw more people to Baltimore City, boost the economy, and then improve safety. Ravens legend Ray Lewis and music star Pharrell Williams joined developers to announce the new name of the renovated Baltimore Arena. And the venue will now be known as CFG Bank Arena. The developer Oakview Group is renovating that arena at a cost of about $150 million. Now, speakers at the announcement say it's a big step towards improving the city.
The CFG Bank Arena is built on a vision to do something extraordinary for the city of Baltimore.
This is going to change things. There's a lot of energy here now. There's a lot of business here now, and there's a lot of opportunity here now. But you wait and see what's going to happen over the next 3 to 4 years.
A big day towards the reopening of the Lexington Market. The market held a soft launch yesterday morning. We were there breaking it up in the opening of the first businesses that will operate in that new facility. The market cost about $45 million to reconstruct there to get that facelift. The city is hoping the investment will help the areas struggling with crime, drug dealing, and sanitation issues. We're tallying the results. Just ahead, though, see how they're slowly disappearing? Look, oh, there goes another one. Oh. He's the only one that likes 5. We'll tell you about that one here coming up. Which apple cider donut came out on top? And a lot of people keep saying it. Lours, I've heard of one.
Okay.
Gavers, I also heard somebody writing about that. I don't know which ones are in there.
And we're seeing some cloudy skies. And the temperatures, though, they could reach the 60s. Just ahead, meteorologist Justin Chambers tracking the possibility, though, for some rain. You're watching Fox 45. Good day, Baltimore. A lot of help.
I just took a bite, so hold on.
So I'll start.
Right,
9:44
happening
is your
right
time.
now. Thank you. We're going off the big winners for the apple cider donut
if you talk
contest.
on his lines.
Mag and Patrice. How? That's my question.
How what?
The viewers will know. All right, so which ones are we choosing?
Which one? Which one came out? I mean, we started talking about this, right? We're revealing the numbers of
There's
the
5
people
donuts,
that chose.
right?
5 donuts. These came from not only just in Maryland, but also in Pennsylvania.
Okay.
So Aaron Miller, our executive producer, drove around. Drove around, got all the
That's
donuts
one
that
right
she's
there.
heard
Yeah.
are incredible.
Now, 1 I thought was bland, not flavorful. 2, moist, sweet, overall good taste. 3, sticky, stale, store-bought.
No,
that's coming up on 3 right there. That's what I thought. That's what I thought it tasted like. 4, this is 4 coming up. Bland, good for dunking in donuts. 5 was boo, terrible. That's what I said on number 5. But a lot of people like number 5.
Yeah, I know.
Surprisingly.
So it's not all about you.
I think there's some effort that was obviously put in here, but I'm going to go with my clear winner for number 2. For me, it was no contest.
And you said 3, Tom?
I like 3 because it wasn't as sweet as 2. 2 had too much sugar for me. That's the
So
only reason.
number 1 came from Lohr's Orchard in Churchville.
All right.
Nice. Lohr's.
Number 2 came from Brown's Orchard all the way up in Loganville, Pennsylvania. You had them before?
Oh, yeah. Browns, yeah.
I don't even know where that
Come
is.
on, the old trail? Yeah.
Number 3, Weber's. We know Weber's
Yes,
there.
see?
That's number 3. That's what Tom
Okay,
said.
that
yeah.
sounds good.
It's like coming home.
Now, I don't know how to say this in Westminster. Number 4.
Boggers.
What?
Boggers.
Boggers.
That's Boggers. Now, I've had Boggers before. I don't think that represents Boggers that very well because look at the size of those things.
I know. And number 5 was Vent Coffee Roasters in Baltimore City. It's right under the bridge here on 41st Street, which I thought was the worst one. But I've had it before, and it wasn't not this bad. It was like maybe it's because they're not
made it
fresh.
bad for you? Okay.
It was too doughy and rubbery, and I just So.
Well, I will confess, I've stood in line at Brown's and I've eaten 6 donuts while waiting to purchase another 6 donuts before. I've done that there. I've done that there at Weber's, and I've done it at Boggers.
All right.
Okay.
So,
Ready to go.
All good donut makers.
The
winner is
number 2. Absolutely, right there. Number 2, the winner. Right there,
The
Brown's
sugary sweet
Orchard.
ones?
Brown's Orchard.
With
There we
how
go.
many votes? How
And
many votes?
look,
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then somebody's crossed out a vote, and then there's a heart on this one as well.
I'm not sure. Is that a number? Does that count as?
Number 1, nobody voted for number 1 at all. Nobody.
Nobody?
But
Nobody
everyone
voted.
here gets an A for effort.
But 2 and 3 are the most popular.
Yeah, 2 and 3 definitely the most popular. Yep, but you can see the vote. I mean, it's right here. I'm
You're
just
not lying.
reading
The whole we all voted.
That's what
That's
it is. So,
what
all
it
right.
is.
Shout out to Browns. I'm gonna do this. Let's go. Let's do some weather.
We're gonna get into some weather here.
You guys gotta eat.
Sorry about it.
Okay. Recycle that. I gotta go recycle it. It was dry. There were some dry donuts there, man, but it's all good. They were bought Saturday. And by the way, shout out to Erin Miller, our executive producer, because she took my wife and they went and got the donuts. Now, I told you this at the end, right? Because I didn't want to tell anybody that I knew. I did not know where they came from. I just know that those two went out, traipsing about the area, getting donuts, apple cider style. So, beautiful shot right now from our downtown Baltimore cam. And the reason why I say that, because fog is lifting a little bit. So it's not as thick or as low as those clouds were just a little while ago. So improving visibility. That's kind of the theme that we've been going with this morning. Our traffic started off just kind of blah, but now it's a little bit better. And the skies are getting a little bit nicer out there. Still 61 degrees, mild conditions. Look at the visibility improvement too, about a mile or less, but it's not that orange with that half mile of visibility that we saw just a little while ago. So across northern parts of Baltimore County, up into Harford County and Cecil County, even over to Carroll County, still seeing some of the low clouds. Just be aware of that as you head out today. We've got this ridge of high pressure to the south. That's bringing some very nice conditions to areas in western Maryland and in parts of the Ohio River Valley and even along the mountains. But we've got this low pressure area off the coast that is still bringing a lot of the cloud cover to us throughout the day today. So we won't get a lot of rain. You may see some drizzle here and there, but we're talking about 63 next hour if you're hanging out at Fed Hill. And the 2 and 3 o'clock hour, we're talking about upper 60s into the 5 o'clock hour for Taco Tuesday. Still looking at mid 60s with the cloudy skies and mild temperatures. I mean, these numbers are above average, guys. We're talking across Carroll and Baltimore counties looking for those apple cider donuts, mid to upper 60s as well. Close to 70 for some of you, especially in Ellicott City and Elkridge, down through Glen Burnie and Pasadena. Again, we'll have a lot of that cloud cover around with those temps above average. And Harford and Cecil counties also seeing those upper 60s here over the next couple of hours. Oh, now I see why she said 5. We could get more if we needed number 5, because that's vent right down the road. Oh, man. All right. Here we go. Our future scan. A lot of cloud cover around today. Tomorrow, we'll see more clouds and the chance for a couple of showers right as this cold front comes through. But the good news is behind the cold front, drier air will be working in, and we'll see plenty of sunshine right as we head into Halloween weekend. Yeah, that is around the corner. Low to mid 60s by Friday and Saturday. Should be good for pumpkin patches and apple cider donuts and all of those great fall things. And then Halloween, it's coming on Monday. Tom?
All right. Had a moment there. All right, well, happening tonight, the 100th episode of The Resident. That's coming up.
Yep, Be More Lifestyle host Mark Clark got a chance to speak with the star all about his milestones.
A big week for fans of the hit Fox show, The Resident. The show is about to air its 100th episode. Here to tell us more about it, actor Matt Zuckery joins us. He plays Dr. Conrad Hawkins on The Resident. Hey, Matt, thanks for joining us.
Mark, thank you for having me. I did a series in Baltimore back in 2000, 2001. I was living right next to Camden Yards, so thank you for having me.
One of the best places to watch baseball. It was wedding day for Kit and Bell, but Bell gets pulled away. Matt, tell us about it.
Well, for fans of the show, you know, Kit Voss and Dr. Bell, this is a long time coming, the long-awaited Kit Bell. As you know, they make those cute couple names. That's as they're known, Kit Bell. This is their wedding, and it's perfect. It's perfect for them in terms of, I love this moment when Dr. Bell comes into the wedding. That's a very poignant and special moment that's true to his character. The vows of the two characters, Kit and Bell, are very specific to those two characters. And so I think it's something special for the fans that they've been waiting for a long time. You know, this is our 100th episode, so we've been doing it for a while now. So it's very fitting that this big moment would be here in our 100th episode.
And like you said, man, 100 episodes, 6 seasons. Tell us how the characters have grown and how it's changed and how you've changed in that time.
Yeah, you know, we had a cake cutting ceremony here a little while ago for the 100 episodes, and for me, I gave a little speech, and the most thing I talked about was just the life, all the life that happens here. You can see the set behind me here, but in terms of the personal lives and the things that we've overcome over this period of 6 years, a Disney merger, a global pandemic, just to name 2 things, and the life that goes on in personal life for everybody. And we overcame those obstacles to come to work every single day and deliver for our fans. And over the course of those 100 episodes, you know, we've told so many different medical stories, true life medical stories. Like we're going to do this season, we're going to address the fentanyl crisis. We address healthcare in prison systems. We've talked about the racial disparity in terms of medical care. And so the show has been about doctors and patients and nurses and how that affects people's questions of life and death. And we've done that over a course of 100 episodes. So it's been an amazing journey with this amazing production and cast. And so it's a pretty cool moment for us symbolically. You know, 100 episodes is just a number, but all the life that happens behind it, all the stories that we've told that impact fans who've been following the show for so long, you know, that's significant. 100 episodes is just a number, but there's a lot of things behind that that is deeply significant to the people who make this show and the people who watch it.
Matt, you got a great show, and thank you for sharing some time with us. Continued success, my friend. Appreciate you, okay? And, of course, you can catch Matt, the 100th episode of The Resident, for better or worse. It airs Tuesday at 8 right here on Fox 45.
The Good Wife. All right, well, sunshine is in our 10-day forecast. Meteorologist Justin Chambers finished with the apple cider donuts and is now looking to find out exactly when we'll see and feel the sun. 9:53 is your time.
Yeah. All right, 9:56. We're still talking donuts. We're still talking some fog, but we do have some improving conditions. You can see in your 10-day, 70 tomorrow. We'll see a few showers, and then much nicer Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Got a lot of sunshine on the way as we head toward Halloween weekend. A little iffy. Could see a few showers on Halloween. All right.
Iffy? Okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, so here we go. Here's some of the
Donuts.
leftovers. Yeah.
Final donuts.
They look great.
You guys have an incredible day. And eat some donuts.
Apple cider.